Hey, Lindsay, welcome in. Happy Monday. We got an ad break. Well, we got ads about to start to kick things off and get those out of the way. And then once those are done, we'll be getting stream started. All right, it's finally let me manually start the ads to get these out of the way. I'm going to start those, and then once they're done, we'll get stream started. Thank you guys for being here. We got about a minute and a half on these ads. Get these stupid things out of the way. $50 seconds. All right, we're going to shuffle playlist. There we go. That way that's done and out of the way. Spooky Sculpt playlist today.
Welcome back. Let's get to it.
All right, let's do that. We waited long enough on Jeff Bezos' toilet paper money. Let's let's get this show on the road. Welcome in, folks. Happy Monday. I hope you had a wonderful weekend. It's that time. We got work to do. Today we're going to be hitting the candy corn monsters with some orange paint, getting all of that sorted. We're getting there, folks. We're very close. Maybe today, tomorrow, and a little bit on Thursday, but might be able to finish them up between today and tomorrow. And then, of course, once they're done, We will do the drawing for the giveaway live on stream. I do have all the names ready to go for the drawing. We'll cut those out, put them in a hat or a container, shake it up real good, and draw the winning name. Then, of course, I'll film the showcase video and get the whichever candy corn monster the winner chooses sent off in the mail. And yeah, first person, whoever wins, will be the first person to own any of my work outside of Minchie and myself. So that's exciting. I think that covers the gist of like just the basic updates and all of that. But yeah, today we're gonna get, well, let's hop over here. And bear with me, let me get my mic situated. Okay. All right, so I have a rubber band. We're going to use that to do a defined line on the orange, top and bottom. And then once we're done with our basic coverage between the lines, I'll go in and do a bit of a fade, top and bottom, into the white, into the yellow, right? That's the plan. So what I'm thinking is we'll use a little bit of a, we'll use a rubber band here, maybe. It's a little bit loose up here. Do we double it up? Might be using painter's tape instead, huh? Well, I have that too. I just want a nice line all the way around. I'll just do a light pencil trace of the line, and that, like I said, that'll serve as the area that I'm doing a solid orange pass, and then we'll fade above and below the lines at the top and the bottom. And it probably would help if I have chat pulled up on my tablet here at the work table. Okay, good to go. Let's see how much. Ooh, that's not good. This might be a little bit tricky. Might be a little bit tricky. Might have to tear this. Go ahead, sir. See, we're getting a little bit of a curve, and I don't want that. Now we're getting a little bit too high up. How's the music volume? Where are we at? 27. We should be fine there. It sounds louder to me now. I had to go and sort out some of my audio settings because I had to replace my headset this weekend. I got the same headset, but after like somewhere between 4 and 6 years, man, my Arctis Pro wireless, I got a busted hinge on the left ear cup. This is not going to work. Not going to work. We're going to try the rubber band. And what I'll do is do one of these just to get some tension. It's not going to work either, is it? Maybe we can make it work. Let's find out. If not, I'll just have to freehand it. I figured it would be easier this way, but joke's on me, I guess. Yeah, we might be freehanding this, folks. Now, the bottom might be a different story, but oh, come on now. Another thing, over the weekend, I did hit the yellow with one coat of not spoon. No coats of spoon. I did hit it with a coat of matte varnish just to kind of keep things protected a little bit. And Rose, hello, welcome in. Happy Monday. Good morning, afternoon. I hope you had a good weekend. What happened to the music here? Oh, it's still playing. It's just quiet. Quiet start. Yeah, Rose, I don't know when you got in here, but just to kind of recap what I'm trying to do. I'm trying to get at least a reference line for our solid portion of the orange paint, right? I'm starting to think freehanding is probably the best way to go here, though. But I don't know. Especially on this bottom part where it's such a big area, I feel like a guide would be beneficial. So, yeah. So if it's solid above that and do a slight fade in right here. Just give myself a faint line to go on. That should do. And I'm just going to repeat that on all three of these then. Come on. Yeah, we went to a craft show on Saturday. It was super busy, but it wasn't as bad as the last time I went. I didn't even go last year because the year prior, it was terrible. I love this craft show, but it's gotten quite popular. And last year, it was busy this year, but not as bad as the last time I went, the year before last. The year before last, it was so bad. They have like a whole path through the whole place, right? It's outdoors, and it's basically a road. It's the size of a road, the walking path. And then there's booths on either side throughout the whole place. But it was so busy the year before last that that walking path was almost, you could barely walk through there, much less get to any of the stands or booths, much less look at anything. So I did not enjoy that year at all. And then I didn't go last year because of that. And it was busy again this year. Not quite as bad, but still quite busy. And it doesn't help that, people are completely oblivious to their surroundings. That always adds to the frustration. Don't understand how people are so completely unaware of the world around them. But it is what it is, I suppose. But in spite of it, we enjoyed our time. Nice weather for it, and got a few cool things. And another semi-busy week this week. Between this and I also got another trip to the vet this coming Wednesday, so it won't interrupt stream, but yeah, I got to take our oldest rat in for surgery, just like the one previous, same surgery. Same issue, just the mass that this one has is internal as opposed to the other rat that already had surgery. Hers was external, so that's why we prioritized hers. It was a big old thing hanging off of her, getting in the way. She was having a rough time with it. So we wanted to get hers done, first. But I'll be happy to get that taken care of for her, poor thing. You have a busy weekend, Rose? Working on all the things? Let's go back over here and work back this way. Trousers are nearly finished. Look at you go. Working right through it, eh? What's up, Kraft? A little bit of a touch up in here with the white. scrap tape we don't need since that didn't work. Orange paint, fluid medium. All right. Let me take this hoodie off. It's getting a little bit warm. Took care of the yard finally, since it wasn't brown anymore and it needed mowed for a change after like a month. Right, we got all that rain and the grass started going wild. While I was out there, I decided, hey, I'll do some yard work, you know, trimmed back. We've got a ravine on the one side of our driveway, and it's full of ivy. And not just ivy, there's poison ivy in there. It's awful. It's a little no man's ravine. You don't want to go in there. But yeah, I was trimming back the not poison ivy that grows into our driveway from the ravine. It tries to spread across. It looks really cool. So we kind of let it do its thing, you know, and then trim it back before the winter because you don't want to get that stuck in the snowblower or anything. And I managed to get poison ivy. Thankfully, I'm not super sensitive to it. I'll get like little spots, but it doesn't spread. What are you going to do, you know? Bug Boy, hey, welcome in, man. Thank you for the follow. Welcome in. Delete. Wait, is it doing this bullshit again? I didn't do that, Bug Boy. I'm sorry. Twitch is being stupid. What's going on here? Why is it doing that? One message was deleted by moderator, but why? Dude, I'm getting so tired of Twitch. Like, if follow mode is off, why is it doing that? Only followers can participate. Why? What is happening here? Let me look at something. Bug Boy, I'm sorry. I don't know why it's doing this. Obviously, you're following too. It did this to somebody last week, and I thought, I hate this. Oh, I remember the days when I just sit down and put on a movie and sculpt uninterrupted by Twitch's bullshit. Let me check on the bot. Chat participation. Why? None. Okay, Bug Boy, you should be fine now. For some reason, when Twitch changed that stuff, it changed it in my bot too. And I don't know why. So, Bug Boy, you should be good to go now. I'm so sorry about that. Well, at least we figured it out now. It was on Twitch's end, but also it had updated that setting in my bot, I guess. I don't know. I don't know. You've been freed. It was so embarrassing, man. It happened to me last Thursday. We got a raid from somebody we'd never met before. It was a brand new person that randomly raided us, and it was doing the same thing. And then she followed, and it was still doing that. Been doing so much Twitch research. Seems with all these recent glitches, a lot of people are having to just clear everything and rebuild their scenes and log out and refresh all their bots, etc. It shouldn't impact your scenes. Now, that being said, if you're using MIU, I can't attest for other bots, but I know MIU has been reworking how their overlay stuff works through the bot, because the bot has its own overlay sources you can put into OBS, of course. And they just reworked that. So you don't need to rebuild your OBS. That's overkill and redundant. The only thing you need to do is refresh the your browser source, like the URL. That's it. I had to do the same thing. But, you know, that's in the patch notes, and a lot of people probably don't read those, so. Nice emote, yeah. So yeah, Bug Boy, sorry about that, man. Twitch is doing a lot of stuff on the back end, and so are some of the bots. It's hard to say. I know I didn't change anything, so uh, hence why it's rather frustrating. What is this? There's no tab on this thing. Oh God. Don't tell Menchie I'm using my teeth. Yeah, that wasn't much help. I just got paper in my mouth is all. Man, it's not taking off the foil part underneath. Ugh. Paper. You're doing what? I was trying to use my teeth to pull this stupid thing off, but it wasn't helping. Just went through and assigned all my emotes. You can try. I don't know what the cap is before the bot blocks it, but I'm kind of with Andy on the emote stuff. You know, I don't mind them. I love emotes, but excessive is excessive, you know. So I set the bot accordingly for that. I feel like it should be relatively generous at a respectful level, you know. I think you should be fine. Yeah, man. She gets worked up when she sees people using their teeth to try to open stuff. You guys don't like to go to the dentist, right? You know, you get the lectures and all of that. I live with those lectures, all right? I like that little pumpkin, man. The third one there. They're a little bit tiny on my tablet. And the animated ones don't show the animation on the bot chat, but yeah, they look good. I updated the dance emote, by the way. Also, there's a poll in general on Discord as to which version of the dance emote you guys like better. So be sure to cast your vote. They're both ready to go. It's just a matter of which one you guys want me to make active. I took the emotes that Reptilisa had sent, and I always wanted our dance emote to like do one side, you know, do his little dance and then turn around and repeat and then flip back and forth. I always wanted that, but I just didn't say anything when she was finished with it. I figured down the road I can do that. That's easy enough. And so I finally did. And then on one variant, I added flashing colors in the background. So let me know which one in Discord, general, which one you prefer. And if you don't have a link to the Discord, there's one in the chat. And if you do join, give me a shout in chat at me. Let me know. I got to assign your access role so you can actually see the channels. And Drovana, welcome in. Happy Monday. It's only taken us like 10 minutes to get this paint bottle open, right? We're going to hit it a few, you know, we'll get our solid coat with just the base. And if I feel like it needs darkened up, we'll do our final coats with a little bit of a darkened orange. This is a pumpkin orange. Man, I went to go get more orange paint. All the orange paint is freaking gone. Because all the wine moms need their crafting paint. I'm sorry, wine moms. I'm sorry. All right. That's just a little fluid medium I'm mixing in there just to thin it up a little bit. We're getting into fall weather. I like it. It's only supposed to be in like the high 60s this week. I got to wear a hoodie on Saturday when we went to the craft show. All right, who do we start with here? We'll probably just do our line and then paint in between, right? That's what I'm thinking. And then, like I said, once we get this area filled in, I'll kind of go in, right? We'll get this even more diluted, right? And I'll just do this. Actually, no, I take that back. Start in and pull out to a line, right? And that way we get a little bit of a blend going, right? Okay, let's get this going. And probably keep the top down as the main for right now. But yeah, Craft, congrats on the emotes, man. It's always exciting. It's the real reason I care about sub goals is more emote slots, because emotes are fun. You know, the money's nice. It helps support the stream and buy supplies, but emotes are forever. Can't seem to interact with your Discord. Yeah, that's why I said let me know if anybody joins so I can get the access role set up. Unless I missed you in the no, there you are. Yeah. Yeah, it's a manually assigned access role. That way people can't just like you should be good now. Right? Yep, you got the Raven role. You're all set, Craft. I did it that way so that I cannot tell you how bad in my experience on Discord, I've seen spam bots and like, I don't know if they're spammers or what, if they're bots, but they join servers and then start sending DMs to people and spamming and all that. I've seen it so often. I can't be bothered with that nonsense. So when you join, you can see like the main info channels until you get your manually assigned role. And then that way people can't join overnight and I don't wake up to a mess. You know what I mean? Plus, it just keeps things safer for everybody. Because some of the stuff that goes on Discord is pretty nasty. Phishing attempts and Steam account hijacking and all of that. In fact, I have a friend that happened to. Thanks, Craft. We'll work around the eyes for the time being. We'll get to that on each side and then come back before we move on. Just because it's going to take a little bit of time, for the line, the detail work, because we got to go like real fine in between those crevices and yeah, I figured it was going to take a few coats here. It definitely is going to. But it feels good to finally start getting this orange on here. This will be the biggest task ahead of us for the remainder of this project is this portion that we're doing right now. We got to finish up the maker's mark on each of these, which won't be a huge task, but as far as painting goes, that's one of the steps that remain. Yep. And then UV resin and a couple coats of varnish, of course. Looking like a lovely fox, right? Isn't it? Corpse, welcome in, man. Happy Monday. When I was setting up my Discord and researching it to death here and all that shit, then you encouraging me to pay special attention to permissions and stuff scared me. Yeah, well, not to scare you. I didn't mean it to scare you. It's just one of the permissions on Discord can be the trickiest part. It's not bad once you get it down, but like the way they have it set up, it can be very confusing, in my opinion. And I won't even say in my opinion. I've seen evidence that it's confusing from other people's Discords. It's once you set up like a category permission, you can clone that permission setting amongst all the channels in your category. And that's pretty simple. And then just make sure, I would recommend making it to where not anyone but yourself and moderators can use the @everyone tag. That's a common mistake I've seen. Because you don't want that, man. In an ideal world, you don't have to worry about these things, but even people not being malicious tend to not think about like the implications of using such a thing, and people get annoyed by that stuff. So like I hate using it for pings, but if I don't, then nobody sees those posts, I only use them for important updates and then, obviously stream alerts, but I try to keep them to a minimum. On a good YouTube walkthrough where he explains step by step. Yeah. Yeah, that everyone thing is a big one. So you're good there then. Cuz that gets abused quite often. I just think that, there's, at least for me, I think there's an etiquette when it comes to using Discord. Or using anything online, really, socially speaking. But without any proper etiquette classes, you know what I mean? And some people just think that, oh, I can do @everyone, so I'm going to. not thinking about like, oh, well, that annoys people. I might negatively impact somebody's Discord because I annoyed other people or whatever. Rinse this brush. But that's also just kind of how my brain works. I spend too much time thinking about that stuff, even in an offline sense. It's a common discussion amongst Minchie and myself, particularly when our neighbors aren't being very considerate of the people around them, for instance. Like, I don't know, man. It's always in the back of my mind. I try not to be disruptive. But anyway, that's a whole different subject, I suppose. You also have neighbors like that? Like what? Like that aren't respectful of you? And also, hello, welcome in. Happy Monday. Yeah, we've got a few. One of them's a cop that lets his dog sit out for hours at all hours of the day and night and bark and bark and bark. And he's a cop. No, he's the last person that should have to be told. You know what I'm saying? Ugh. And now we've got a newer neighbor that is allowing for the same thing with their dog. Oh boy, I am getting fed up. Our dogs don't bark. And they make zero effort to make their dogs shut up, you know? They just let them out for hours on end to bark. One of those where you're at, it's obnoxious, right? IO Tim, welcome in, man. Happy Monday. It's the worst. It is, right? And like, it's not the dog's fault, as annoying as it is. Ultimately, at the end of the day, the responsibility falls on the owner, right? Hate barking dogs? Yeah, I'm so glad our dogs can't be bothered. Like, they hear those dogs barking, just not a peep from them, you know? You know, about the only time we'll get a bark out of ours is if somebody walks up on our porch. Just gonna spread out any kind of excess paint we have around the eyes here so it doesn't. And we'll go with that. Very annoying, yeah. I don't mind Korean barbecue. Well, it doesn't break nowhere near, or bark nowhere near as much. Yeah. I've known cops who became cops mostly so they just can do whatever they want. It doesn't work that way though, and I'm the guy that's here to remind them of that, you know. I'm not the one that'll sit here with my mouth shut for too very long. I'll give you an opportunity to unfuck yourself. Sorry. But you're an adult and that opportunity is limited. You know what I'm saying? Thoughts and prayers. Wait, what? Where I live, I'm surrounded by at least 5 to 6 barkers. Oh God, man, that's awful. I've only got like 2 or 3, 3 or 4 rather, but because the cop has two dogs. Made the mistake of asking my neighbor to keep her dogs in while she went off to work all day about 2 to 3 years ago. She hasn't spoken to me since. Yeah, people get so mad, like, how dare you? You know, just be respectful to your neighbors, man. It's not difficult. I don't even like some of my neighbors, and I'm respectful to them. You know what I mean? Still leaves them out. Some folks are just ignorant. Yeah. No wonder they keep barking if they're just left out. Yeah, I would think like something like that where somebody's leaving their dogs out all day like that. That's something the dog warden might get involved with, you know what I mean? Not to say I want to see somebody's dog go to the pound, but a nice firm reminder that hey, this isn't okay. Um and if you can't handle this responsibility, then the dogs need to go to somebody that can. That kind of, you know, a little nudge, a little gentle but firm reminder. But then again, I don't know, you know, it may be different in other locations. I've had a neighbor with a dog that would just lose its mind anytime someone walked down the alley by their back fence. So I took painter's tape and covered up all the cracks. Changed my life. Had to touch it up every couple months. Neighbors never said anything about it. That's awesome. You know, and stuff like that's one thing. Like there's on the other side of our street, there's an older couple and they've got a dog and they've got an invisible fence. Um, and when we're out, you know, if we go on a walk through the neighborhood and they're out, that dog, you know, runs back and forth the length of their front yard, barking. Not like he's a friendly dog. He's just excitable. He's a younger dog. But, you know, that's different. That's a little bit different. And they're, you know, they're always there and they're like, "Hey, be quiet," you know. But these other two houses, man, they make zero effort to shut their dogs up. And I've heard the cops' dogs barking out there for extended periods of time at like midnight, 1 o'clock. You know, unacceptable. Hey, Supra, welcome in, man, and thank you. Yeah, we're getting there. We're getting there. We're making progress. Wouldn't have the gall to do that with Nala. Yeah, like again, I don't know, man. Like it bothers me to think that I might be disturbing someone. And I just don't get how people were so just they just don't care. Maybe it's my anxiety disorder. I don't know. Just, I don't think it's a bad thing. Like sometimes I'm like, why do I care when nobody else seems to? But I couldn't. I couldn't not. It's just who I am. I don't like to be a nuisance unless it's deserved. And people high, yeah, one of those. Yeah, he's just an excitable little, maybe a couple years old now at this point. Our dogs don't even care about people. We'll let them out and they'll be out in the yard, people walking down the road, and not a peep. They might look up, and watch them, but as annoying as my dog is, 99% of the time, he could be far worse. He's got some really good traits. And if it wasn't for the separation anxiety and the just general cleanliness of him, he'd be a perfect dog. Oh, and also if he wasn't so damn stubborn and listened. But, he doesn't mess in the house. He's never torn anything up other than his very first cage that I got him. Came home to find the cage destroyed and him sitting on the couch. But yeah. And found out real quick that a basic cage for him does not work. Separation anxiety and all. Give him some up, dog. You didn't get me on that one, Hugh. I know what up dog is. Neighbors have an invisible fence. Are they warlocks? What? You know what an invisible fence is, right? The little underground wire, and it's connected wirelessly with their collar, and it gives them a little shock if they cross the line. We don't have one, but we've never needed one. Our dogs stay right in our yard, with one exception. We had one instance where they were off in the neighbor's yard one day when I looked out, because they're mostly supervised when we let them out, of course. But one day I let them out. I think I was prepping their food, getting their water bowl filled and such at the sink and I look out the window above the sink, and they were nowhere to be found. They had chased a rabbit. So that was the only instance we ever had any issue with that, though. You muzzle the rats to stop them barking at all hours of the night. Man, rats are good pets. We don't have any issues with the rats. The boys are a little bit noisy at night, but they're young and playful. That's to be expected. All right, coat 1 done. I need a drink and a nicotine break, and then we'll move on to this one. And let me see what I got here as far as text messages go. Sorry. And she was updating me on some things. All right. Had to touch base on a couple things she's got to tend to after work here. Sorry about that, chat. I need a collar for the missus, so if she crosses the line, I can... Ah, Jesus corpse. I'm glad I didn't have my drink in my mouth. Hey, don't say anything like that when Minchie's around. You might give her ideas. She's been frustrated with my snoring, and she might resort to a shot collar. I don't know. I'm sorry. I'm answering questions right now, guys. Sorry. I'll make this as short as possible. But all right, let's see. Yeah. So same thing on this guy. Bring it across the top, across the back. Nala yesterday went for climbing into my auntie's car again. Uh-oh. Wanted to go on a trip. What is that? Get out of there. She was trying. Yeah, that's a jam, eh? Always been a favorite of mine. All right. Hey, Mr. Andy Mecca, how we doing today, sir? Happy Monday. And folks linked in the chat there. If you're not following Mr. Andy Mecca, you should certainly be doing so. Another sculptor here on Twitch, friend of the channel, and just an all-around awesome human being. We're on coat 1 of 1,227 here. So welcome in. Nah, I don't think it'll be that bad. Maybe 4 coats, probably. I don't know. We'll see. Afternoon. Song pulled me out of lurking. It'll do that, right? I was thinking about just setting my paintbrush down and stepping back here and dancing a little bit. In fact, hold on. No, I'm just kidding. Already the president of the Procrastination Society. Look at that. I got to get more stickers from more people, and then I will be putting them around my little carousel here. I'm also wanting to get some stickers made up at some point in the future. We'll get there eventually. Are you, Andy, are you okay? Good one, Rose. Good one. Still need to fill the forms in for that. Supposed to have new elections, but they've been delayed. Wait, what? New elections? For what? Oh, I follow you now, Kraft. Sorry. Is he becoming a procrastination dictator? Or are we just procrastinating on the vote? Back from a walk? Nice. Appropriate song timing. And like I was saying earlier too, this color may be okay. We'll see. We're gonna get our base in place here with this, and then if we want to darken it up a little bit, we'll hit it with the last coat, with a little bit of a darkened shade of this, right? But at least for our coverage, to get our nice solid coat here, we'll just use the base and then see how we like it and go from there. Might have to do this guy in steps, just because there's very little for me to hold on to with this one, because of the nature of his face and all. Nah, you're fine, Kraft. I got it. It didn't sink in right away.
It's time to take a short break.
I'm calling
Stand
shenanigans.
Up, stretch and hydrate.
There's no way it's been an hour already. There is no way. We've barely gotten anything done. Oh boy. All right. Well, let's get this little portion done. That's fine. It's fine. That'll give us some time to let that dry a little bit. Let me get the front part here. And yeah, we do have a 3-minute break coming up. We do breaks once an hour if you're new here. And it's not so bad. It gives me a little bit of an opportunity to get a stretch in, and it's a great opportunity for all of us to do the same and grab a drink, snack, all that good stuff. And we'll put the break screen up. You guys won't miss a thing. But yeah, we'll stop right here for the time being until after break. And we'll pick up right there. Also, that Salem's Lot remake, yeah, apparently they just snuck that out on HBO Max. I've heard not good things. Which is a shame, because I like some of the people in the cast. And I don't have HBO Max anyway, otherwise I'd probably watch it. Some cracker emotes you got there? Yeah, he's got all of his emotes set up. And that's not... Oh, no, Andy, I read the reviews on Rotten Tomatoes last night, dude. I was thinking about seeing if Minchie wanted to watch it yesterday, and then I looked up the Rotten Tomatoes page for it. Yeah, I heard not good things, man. That sucks. All right, folks, ads starting in just a moment. I'll still be here chatting, so if you're subbed and all of that, we can still chat. I'm going to put the break screen up. I'm going to stand and get a little stretch in, and we'll get right back to it right after the break. Thank you guys so much for being here. Still need to watch it. But am I gonna hate the fact that I wasted my time watching it though? That's the big thing. Like, I don't mind watching bad movies, and sometimes I find that the movie it's not as bad as what some people make it out to be, but sometimes, like, what was that? Morbius? Give me my time back. I flat out refuse to watch Madam Web. And I won't watch that new Crow remake either. I may watch Joker 2 when I can watch it for free. We'll see. Although, I know there's no chance in hell I'm going to like that movie because I already know most of the movie. So, but Joaquin Phoenix is a hell of an actor, though. And at the very least, if there's anything redeemable about the movie, from what I hear, universally, the same thing is being said. Like, the movie sucks, but I mean, Joaquin Phoenix he's not phoning it in or anything, so has nothing to do with the cast so much as the script and the general direction of the film. Nope, sorry, 50 seconds on the ad break, and we'll get right back to it. And Craft, once again, welcome into the Discord. And just a reminder to anybody in the Discord in the general channel, if you scroll up just a little bit beyond where I said Happy Monday in general, there is a poll in Discord. Which version of the dance emote do you like? The regular or the one with the colors in the background? Watch some of Agatha. It's not bad. Yeah, we're really, really enjoying Agatha. I would say if you're finding yourself on the first episode, like, I don't know about this, let it cook. Go into episode 2, watch episode 2, then
Welcome
make a
back.
decision.
Let's get to it.
Yeah, let's do that. Let's do that. We were just talking about Agatha all along. And what I was saying is, if you're on break there, if it's something you were thinking about checking out, maybe you watched the first episode and you're like, I don't know about this. Like I was saying, let it cook. Get into episode 2 before you make any decision. Because episode 2's where it really hooked us. I was in from the start because I like the characters, I like the cast. But I will admit, episode 1 was a little bit weak just because it was kind of catching everybody up to where we're at. It really starts going in episode 2. Yeah, really, really enjoying Agatha all along. Minchie and I both are. I just wish Disney would stop with this, like, it releases on Wednesday. Okay, cool. At 9 p.m. What? This isn't TV. Stop it. And the only reason I have a complaint about that, though, is because then I have to wait till Thursday to watch it because Minchie goes to bed at 9 p.m. So, in fact, the day that the first 2 episodes released, we were all excited, sat down to watch it, and then discovered it didn't come out till 9. Like, damn it. They did that to us with Moon Knight, I think it was. Or no, Loki. Yeah, Loki. Nowhere near as bad as some of the stuff Disney brought out in the past year or so. Yeah. We've talked about it a little bit too. Anybody that's been feeling a little bit down and out on like the Marvel series and stuff, I've enjoyed them for what they are. There's been some duds for sure. But I would say fret not. What happened was Disney ordered up when they launched Disney Plus, right? They ordered up a bunch of shows from Marvel, and so they're in this mad dash to create all these shows that Disney, wanted them to make to fill up, and obviously to push their streaming service. You know, to an extent, I get it, but the problem is with all of that oversaturation, the quality control kind of dropped, of course. And in the last year, Kevin Feige has been working to rein that stuff in. He stepped in on Daredevil. They completely reworked that. That's coming out in February. I cannot wait. And there's going to be a few like Ironheart. I don't know what to expect with that one. It was already made. It's been made. It's just waiting to release. So that was kind of made during the time where quality control was a little bit iffy. So I suppose we'll have to wait and see with that. And I don't know what they're doing with Armor Wars. I don't know. It was supposed to be a series, but now it sounds like they're going to make it a movie. I don't know. Time will tell. Armor Wars will, of course, focus on Rhodey, War Machine. But I'll eat this stuff up, man. I grew up reading comics, and you guys. Some of you guys may remember the really terrible comic book movies we had no choice but to endure and enjoy because it was all we got in the 90s. Not very many good shining examples of comic book films in the 90s. There's some good ones, but most of them were probably mid at best. Some of the jokes aren't going to age well, but some of them are pretty funny. Yeah. As far as Agatha goes, I just love what's her name, Catherine Hahn. She was in Parks and Rec, and she's just crazy. She's such a fun person. I enjoy watching her performance. And she definitely gets the opportunity to go over the top in episode 1, doesn't she? A little I won't spoil anything. Might have to reposition my fan here shortly. It's getting rather warm under these lights already. I've given up on them on Marvel. If they make more Avengers movies, I'll probably watch, but otherwise, I think I'm done. If doubt I'll ever have Disney Plus again. I don't know. I don't think it's been as bad as what most people make it out to be. Um, Marvel's always had a broad scope of characters. Every character's not going to be for everybody. I think the most egregious of all of the things post Endgame has been Thor: Love and Thunder. That movie was terrible. Like, I actually left the movie upset. Like, I felt genuinely just like, what did you do? But the blame on that is mostly on well, I suppose you could argue, I was going to say the blame is on the director, but you can argue it's shared by whoever gave him the reins. But I will say, characters I never really cared about have kind of intrigued me through the MCU. I'll be honest, never really cared much about Iron Man until the Iron Man movie. And like Miss Marvel, not something I would read. But that show was fun. Definitely aimed for a younger audience, but that's totally fine. And not every movie has to be Endgame. That's just an unrealistic expectation I feel like a lot of people have set. Post Endgame. Well, it wasn't as good as Endgame. Well, Endgame was a 10 years in the making movie. I mean, I don't know what you expect. But they are making more Avengers movies, Kraft. I think we probably won't see them until 2026, 2027. The Russo brothers are returning, and one of those is going to be Secret Wars, which is going to be insane. If you're familiar with the storyline in the comics. Tremors series looks promising. I remember hearing something about a Tremors series. What's that supposed to be airing on? I was watching season 2 of Loki. Season 2 of Loki was incredible. What do you mean? But yeah, Star Wars is a different story altogether. I barely care about most new Star Wars stuff these days because I haven't even really bothered trying to watch anything since the Kenobi series. I heard good things about what's that called? There was a shit. Can't remember what it was called. But it was a very serious like drama type show based in the Star Wars universe that was apparently really, really good. I started it, I just never finished it. I can't think of what the heck it was called now. Yeah. And Andorra? Yeah, maybe that's it. Andor, that's it. And like movie wise, I think some of the best stuff they've done, like Rogue One was fantastic. God damn, that movie was good. And shot so well. Holy crap. If we can get more like that, I'd be a happy camper. I am curious to see though, like Cal Kestis is going to be, he's a character from the Jedi, let's see, Jedi Survivor, Jedi Fallen Order games. And supposedly he's going to be entering the live action Star Wars universe, which I was honestly waiting on because he's a great character. And it would be cool to have another focal point for a Jedi that doesn't suck. That could be an open door to some good content, hopefully. I liked Rogue One a lot. Mrs. hated it. Apparently, the main actress was horrible. Really, I liked her. I really liked her in that movie. We'll have a little bit of touch-ups to do here, but I'm going to try to keep it to the minimum without spending an eternity working on these coats of paint. But yeah, I totally feel for, like, I'm a Star Wars fan, but I'm not like a Star Wars super fan, you know? And I really feel for some of the super fans out there, man. It's a bad time to be a Star Wars fan. Although I still stand by the fact that as far as games go, I had a really good time. It's not a perfect game, but I had a lot of fun with Star Wars Outlaws. Had I spent $70 on it, I wouldn't have felt bad. I got a good amount of time in it and enjoyed my playthrough. But I of course signed up for Ubisoft Plus for a month and played through it for $18. Because it's, the way I look at it, it's a single player game. No matter how much I like it, I'll probably only play it once. And $18 isn't a bad price for that, right? I just noticed the eye on that guy. Did you paint that? The surrounding area, but this is a glass eye. It's embedded in a ball of clay. When we do the pumpkin, I'm not, there's no might about it. I'm going to be using my, my new eyeball molds. And depending on what style of eye I want to do, we may very well be sculpting the eye, like the iris and all of that. Which I've done in the past. Specifically on the Mushroom King. I didn't use molds. I did it myself by hand. But same general, you know, concept and practice there. Where I used, I create a divot in the top of the eye, and then a smaller divot inside that, and the bigger divot you put like colored clay, multiple colors, and kind of go around it and get your texture in for the iris. And then the smaller divot you put your black clay for the pupil, and then once that's all cured, you fill it in with UV resin. Okay. First coat done on 2 of the 3. Yeah, I'll show you those. Give me a second. These are the silicone molds I got. If you pop them out, you can see. So you pack the clay in there and it leaves that little dimple. And then that gives you the space to go in and fill in with clay and do your iris, and then fill that void with UV resin. And I got like a selection of sizes for less than $10. Hey, you old fart, welcome in. Happy Monday. Good to see you. Did you do the prize draw yet? No. So we talked about it last week, you old fart. I want to get these guys done because the winner gets to choose. So we're going to be finishing these guys up this week. And then we'll do the drawing on stream. I do have all the entries printed here. And we'll cut these out and then put them all into the a hat or a container, shake it up real good, and do the drawing on stream. I'm guessing Thursday, but keep an eye on Discord. I'll be announcing in there for sure. But I figured it'd probably be best to just like get them finished up, and that way, you know, whoever wins can see the finished versions to make a decision. And then after all of that, I'll get the showcase video filmed quick, right? And once the showcase is done, I'll get all that shipped off. In fact, I need to make a trip to the post office and get some information. They have it online, but I'd rather talk to somebody, clear up any questions. And speaking of, in the event that I have to complete a customs form, Andy, do you normally like, I think I remember you saying you normally put it as a gift, and then it asks you for a value. Like, I don't know what to put there. $0? I don't know. It's free. $3 million. Yes. What is that coming from? There's nothing in my brush. I'm going to wash it out just in case. Yeah, I was going to try to get some time in over the weekend and stream a little bit and paint, but like Saturday I knew wasn't going to happen. You know, we talked about that cuz I was going to that craft show. And then Sunday, yesterday, I ended up cleaning up this office and the studio here, and that took a good amount of time, and I had to I had to order a new headset and set that up yesterday because my fat head, after like 4 to 6, somewhere between 4 and 6 years with my Arctis Pro wireless, the tension had cracked the ear cup and it was hanging by a thread, and like my Bluetooth connection on my headset didn't work anymore. So that was a bummer, but it was a good headset. I actually ordered the same one. I just replaced it with the same kind because I enjoy it, and it's a nice headset for the money. And then the charging dock, it's got swappable batteries, which is crucial. And in addition to that, the charging dock and the wireless connection, that's where it connects to the headset and everything. It's a little dock. On the back of that, it's got the ins and out ports that I need, whereas most of them don't. This has optical in and out, 3.5 millimeter in and out, which is definitely something I want to keep because I need it for the dual PC to run it into my mixer and all of that. And if we do stream any games, there's a good chance we'll be using the other PC as well. So I just don't know how I'll ever find time to do gaming streams when I'm typically in the midst of something. I'd like to add another sculpting day to streaming before I consider that. But as a gift and tracked postage is already covered up to 150. So did you just not put like a value on that customs thing, or? Because that's what was throwing me off. Like I think I can just claim it as a gift. That much I know, but like, what is this value stuff? I don't know what I should put there. And there's a good chance that I'll have to fill out a customs form because a good number of the entries will be shipping international. So I will say, for anybody in the US looking to ship international, man, forget UPS. The rates are crazy. Like UPS isn't cheap, or USPS isn't cheap, but it's not UPS expensive, that's for sure. How much would you sell one for? I don't know, because I don't sell my work. It's literally a gift. So that's where it's like, confusing to me. Just like price the value of the clay and my time, I don't know. $10 million. You guys didn't know the entire core of this is solid gold?
Hello. Hello.
Hello. Bryn, welcome in. Happy Monday. How we doing? If it was me sending it to you, I'd value 150, knowing that's how much I'm covered for. Oh, okay. I see what you mean now. I was thinking that it was automatically covered that regardless, or I don't know. I have to buy some bubble wrap or something. Of course, nothing we ordered in recent weeks has come with bubble wrap. Because I told Menchie, I said, hey, if anything you order comes with bubble wrap, save it for me. And lo and behold, nothing has come with bubble wrap. of course. Not that bubble wrap is super expensive or anything, but if we can recycle some, why not? Badly worded. No, you're fine. You're fine. It's just one of those things. I've never done it before, so I don't know the first thing about it. So it's just confusing regardless. Also, I heard something like, is there something that you can do? Okay, how can I phrase this? I've heard stories where people get things right and, it comes through customs and then they end up getting postal charges or something. And obviously, that's something that I want to avoid. I don't want somebody ended up getting hit with additional charges that nobody was expecting. Maybe these are questions for the post office. I don't know. Like I said, that's on my list. I also need to get to a print service somewhere for some of the stuff that's going to be going with the winning candy corn. Boop. Oh, Jesus. Why did that scare me? I've heard about that too. It's never happened to me. Well, that's good. Yeah, I'll have to make a trip in and because I need to get some boxes and stuff anyways. Because I would very much like to have it double boxed just for security reasons. Um, I don't want it getting slammed around and something breaking. If I was doing this on a scale of any kind, doing commission work, I would certainly look into just like building my own custom wood boxes. That would be awesome. Make them fancy and stuff. All right, let's switch to our fine brush. Get around these eyes. We'll take a little bit of a stretch break after this. And then we'll start on coat number 2. Had the Pillsbury Doughboy reaction. I would try to make that noise, but I can't do it. I already know. I'll just embarrass myself. I can't go that high pitched. If I try, it just sounds ridiculous. Ooh, shaky hands today, folks. All right, hold on. Do it. Much better. God, whoever sculpted this before I got my hands on it to paint it, what an asshole. Just what a no good bastard. You know? We should really collectively write strongly worded letters to this guy. Typical sculptors, no thought for the guy that has to paint it, right? So rude. You know, CNOT's he's got the hookup because it's my understanding his wife helps do a lot of the painting. He was talking about on stream. That's the idea, man. That's the ideal situation right there. Hey, Feral, lurk and work kind of day, but hope you had an awesome weekend. Designed by Joe. Thank you so much, dude. 3 months. 3-month resub. Thank you so much, dude. Thank you for the 3 months. Thanks for hanging out. Thanks for lurking. And thank you for the resub. And in fact, I did. It was a pretty good weekend, Joe. I hope you had a good one as well. I was lurking stream yesterday while I was cleaning the office and hooking up a headset and organizing things. It was a whole ordeal yesterday, but got things done. Make the wife do it, yeah. But thank you so much, man. I truly appreciate the support. And Joe, if you didn't hear, we're hopefully going to be finishing up the painting and everything on these guys this week. And I thought it would probably be a good idea to just get these guys done since the winner gets to choose. And then we'll do the drawing. And then that way the winner gets to choose from a finished product. You know what I mean? It's seemed like that makes more sense. Running a little bit behind because I didn't get some extra time in, but busy weekend. Fun busy, but busy nonetheless. Might be able to squeak in a night stream this week if need be. I know Tuesday night is out of the question because I got to get up early Wednesday morning and run the rat to the vet for surgery. But between today and tomorrow, I hope to finish these guys up. Which may make for a long stream today, possibly. We'll see. How to enter the giveaway? And entries are up. It was running through the whole month of September. And then basically anyone that subbed or gifted any subs in the month of September, those counted as entries. Now, I did post in Discord. I tagged everyone and never heard anything back because the way we were doing it, as the alerts happen on stream, I write the name down as an entry, right? But obviously, there's the issue of reoccurring subs. And I mentioned on Discord, if you're a reoccurring sub that hasn't had a chance to do the share thing on stream, but you want an entry, I can verify that you're subbed. Just reach out to me and let me know. But I never heard anything from anybody, so I can only do so much, you know. I can put all the info there, but I can't make people read it. So if you missed out, I do apologize. Shoot. But yeah, you know, I'm just left to assume that anybody that didn't reach out wasn't wanting an entry, and that's fine. You know, that's fine. Not hurt my feelings. But yeah, I thought it would just be something cool to do. Since we're making multiple of these, and it's kind of cool to think about, you know, like I was saying, whoever wins this will be the only other person besides outside of Minchie and myself to own anything I've made so far. So, because I've never done commission work, I've never made anything to sell. I just made it for me. And if I'm being honest, it's probably mostly how it will continue. If you can't tell, I'm not very money motivated. It's paper and it causes all the problems in the world. So, yeah. I just like to do things I enjoy. And like sub goals, what really motivates me and gets me excited about sub goals is the idea of new emote slots. I love emotes, man. They're fun. I want more emote slots. So that's how we're going to run the sub goals. From now on, the sub goal will just reflect the next point that we unlock emotes, right? Bustin makes me feel good. Doesn't need to be paper? Well, yeah, there's that. But if it's not paper, then it's not even real to begin with. It's just ones and zeros, right? Did you decide to take a different path with these, or is it we're doing exactly what I said we were doing? Money and religion and politics, artificial flavorings, that's what causes problems in the world. Yeah, since the dawn of time, and nothing has changed. Yeah, we're just we're working on the one code at a time on these. Love my emotes, but some are for others. Blend in the yellow. Well, yeah, I got to do orange in the middle, and then that'll do a slight blend at the top and bottom at the other colors there. Yeah. Yeah, and we're starting with a base out of the bottle orange. And then once we get our actual coverage where it needs to be, we'll do, if need be, if I decide I want it to be a little bit darker orange, we'll just do that in like the final pass. Hi peeps, lovely remaining day to you. Hey, Drovana, thanks for hanging out with us. It was great to see you. I hope you enjoyed, and I hope you have a wonderful rest of your Monday. We'll catch you maybe tomorrow. I just bought a yellow base from Warhammer yesterday. A yellow base? This song, the nostalgia. Yeah, right? This is a great album. This was a wonderful album. I loved this CD. Still do, honestly. When Rob was good at music. Yeah. Yeah, I miss old Rob Zombie. Still respect the hell out of the guy, but unless he's done something that I don't know. Got to be careful anymore. You say those kind of things, the next day you could find out something, you know? Apparently nobody can behave. He remade Halloween. Uh yeah. It was okay. I will say that. But yeah. But I've never been particularly like attached to the Halloween franchise. You know, they're fine for what they are, but I've never found the Halloween movies particularly scary. Um, I guess I would call them more thrillers than horror movies personally, but Have you heard the parody of the song "Bodies Drowning"? Drowning Pool. I don't think I've heard the parody. No. What's the parody of? Only count to 4 video with puppets. Not the boobies at the front. Well then, I can only count to 4, huh? It's stupidly cute. Lord. What was this parody from? Sesame Street or Yeah, so bots, once we get our solid fill on this, right? And we're happy with the color, what I'll do is go in with an even thinner diluted paint, and then we'll work from inside and pull slightly out on top and bottom to get a little bit of a blend going, so it's not just like a perfect line, because we don't want that. Videos of little toddlers jamming to it are, good lord. We're listening to the spooky playlist today. And I added the that Beach Boys song, Andy. I added the Beach Boys song to my spooky playlist. What's the name of that? Tell me that's not a horror song. I gotta look now. Hold on. Good Vibrations by the Beach Boys. I stand by it. That is a scary song. I've heard that song in so many scary movies. It just sounds creepy to me now. Yeah, Good Vibrations. There it is. I can't even think of what movies I've seen it in, but it's been in like a handful of horror films. And it fits so well. Have to switch to a smaller brush here in a moment. I just want to get down into that crevice there. Oh, another thing I did over the weekend, I picked up that new Zelda game where you actually play as Zelda instead of Link. Something something wisdom. I don't even know the name of the game. Yeah, something wisdom. Anyway, it's a lot of fun. Really enjoying it. Marky Mark and the Funky Bunch also have a song called Good Vibrations. That's a good Halloween song. No kidding. Huh. I'll have to look into that. Marky Mark. Before he became Mark Wahlberg, the artist formerly known as Marky Mark.
It's time to take a short break. Stand up,
Really?
stretch and hydrate.
It looks better on camera than it does for real. It's still desperately in need of a few more coats, but we are certainly getting there. We'll come back and finish the eyes after the break. Ads are starting in about 2 minutes. Let's work a little bit. It's fine. It's fine. 2 hours of painting. How? I don't understand. Time for me to go. Have a great rest of your stream. Hey, Kraft. Not a problem, sir. Do what you got to do. Thank you for coming through. It was a pleasure to see you. I hope you have a good rest of your day, and we'll catch you soon. Don't wear yourself out getting all that stream stuff done, man. One step at a time. I know it's tempting. I dive in head first and have to be reminded to come up for air myself, so. But yeah, have fun with it. Hey, thanks, Andy. Thanks, man. Happy Tuesday. Wait a minute. You don't make me second guess myself. Today is definitely Monday, right? Sorry, Saturday. Ah, Jesus Christ. I missed a whole week. Ad starts in 20 seconds. I'm going to get this paint on and we'll switch over to the break screen. Guys, thank you so much for being here. We do have an ad break coming up. It's that time. One ad break each hour for 3 minutes there. A good time to stretch, grab a drink, grab a snack, all that good stuff. I'm going to get a nice stretch in myself. And we'll put the break screen up in just a moment. And I will see you guys back here after that. Thanks so much for being here. And I will see you guys in just a moment. And in the meantime, I'm going to brush out these washes. I'm going to wash out these brushes. I think that's probably more accurate. You don't want to brush out your washes too much. You probably should avoid it altogether, really. Just making some up, dog. I'm sure everybody knows what up dog is, right? If not, feel free to ask in chat. We'd be happy to tell you. What is dogging? I don't know about that, but up dog? We can tell you all about that. We're going to watch something a little fun when we get back from break on the subject of Updog. All right, about a minute 50. I'm going to get a stretch in, and I will see you guys after the ads. Also, quick reminder in the Discord general channel under the community channels there, if you scroll up just above where I said Happy Monday, there is a poll in the chat. Which version of the dancing emote do you like better? This one, or the one where I added the color flashing in the background? Let me know. We'll make that the live version. We're tied right now, so with 2 votes. And not going to hurt my feelings either way. I was just playing around with stuff last night. Like I said, I'd always wanted him to kind of go back and forth like that. You know, do a little dance and then turn around, dance the other direction, and back and forth like that. I just didn't bother saying anything to Rep to Lisa when she made it. I figured it was something I could do myself whenever I got around to it. I finally did. And then I thought, well, I have all of these converted into still images, so I may as well add colors and see how I like it. And I like it. I like them both. So depending on which one you guys prefer, we'll make that the live version.
Welcome back. Let's get to it.
All right. Welcome back, folks. Welcome back. We're going to hop right over here. Oh, yes, we were going to look at something. Let me do this. Are we ready? Are we back?
Boopity beep.
Let's pause the music. All right.
Boopity beep boop.
I just remembered what's up here. Wait, where? Wait, how do I?
Is it Updog?
What the H? Oh, there it is. Glasses.
Is-
Boom!
Is it?
Now I can see the secret thing, and get my football helmet. Thank you.
Oh wow, is that Updog?
Thank you so much.
Ow!
Is that?
Dude, was there Updog in there?
What are you talking about? I don't know what Updog is.
Updog?
What are you saying?
Oh, it's Updog.
What is Updog? Oh, God. Well, aren't you proud of yourself? Oh my God, that's the happiest I've ever seen you.
I have never in my life ever gotten that to work.
What is Updog?
Oh, I love it.
Oh, well, I hope you are proud. You certainly seem to be.
Oh, Lord. Good times. Good times. Back to superstitious. Okay, Where were we? We were working on eyeballs, right? That's what we were doing. Let's get the secondary up. Oh, there we go. I don't know why we need to shout at the devil. I think if we use our indoor voices, it would be fine too. Let's just have a civil conversation, please. I need to spend a little bit of time going around the inner rim. Make sure we got a good solid coat in there because we don't want the gray showing through. Nice clean coat around the edge here. Gonna leave a lurk and have some roast chicken. Ooh, nice. You enjoy, sir. I appreciate the lurk, and it was good to see you. Thanks for coming through, man. And if you make it back, we'll see you then. I'll be here for a while, I'm sure. But if not, have a great rest of your Monday, Saturday, Tuesday, whichever. And I'll just be sitting here with orange paint all day. Yay! I'll be honest, guys. I cannot wait to start the pumpkin. I have some ideas for at least one or two. But we're going to only work out on one at a time because I feel like these guys have been fun. I've enjoyed this. Like I said, in this iteration, we've learned that this is a little bit much on the scale size. Future iterations will be a little more condensed. But I enjoy these. I had fun with it. And it does provide some room for detail, of course, with the mouth and the eyes. But general structure-wise, there's a limit to where we can go with that. Once we get to the pumpkin, though, I want to do some detail work. So looking forward to getting that guy started. Like I said, I got some pretty cool ideas for what I want to do with at least one of them, or two, depending on how many we end up making. Ah, there's a spot right there. I see it. Not super worried about getting any orange on that black because it needs a second coat. Anyways, before we put the resin on. Clean up coat at the very least. Arrives when I'm leaving as usual. Yeah, right? There he is. Andy's on his way out, and here comes Hugh. With one of those, right? All right, coat number 2 on candy corn number 2. But yeah, I do plan to, unless something comes up and gets in the way, which I hope is not the case. But I do plan on streaming tomorrow. No interruptions this week, as far as I know. Last week, of course, there was no stream on Tuesday because I had to take Hazel to the vet for her, just an exam to see about getting her in for surgery. So that's why we had no stream last Tuesday. But I don't have to worry about that this week because the surgery days are actually days that I don't stream anyways. So Wednesdays and Fridays. Typically, if I do stream on a Wednesday or Friday, it's just kind of a pop-up bonus stream or a makeup stream. So we don't have to worry about that getting in the way this week. Well, it's just been, September was a busy month. It was not terrible, just a lot going on. I definitely want to be able to get some more stream time in though as we move forward. And especially with the winter closing in, as we're all kind of shackled up inside. Not a lot of responsibilities outside other than clearing snow when needed. So that lightens the load a little bit. I'll be able to put some more time into the stream. Makeup stream, that sounds fun. Yeah, we'll do that one right when the same time we do the body painting stream, all right? I feel like that'll work out well. Maybe when we hit 1,000 followers, body painting stream. You won't believe the grapes we're gonna paint, you know? All right. Into the face area. We'll do the like edge details with a non-diluted paint very carefully. I prefer to do it that way just because in my opinion it results in a cleaner finish on those little detail areas rather than trying to go over it with multiple coats. I just control how much paint I put on the brush and carefully fill those areas in. In fact, we'll probably only do so many coats around the eyes before I resort to the same practice around the eyes. Switch brushes. Excuse me while I go into focus mode here. Oh, there's another touch-up not needed. And I expected as much on this one. Probably have to clean a little bit of paint off that glass eye before it's all said and done too. Just because I have to get up underneath that eyelid slightly. Not bad with 2 coats. Not bad. All right, coat 2 on number 3. Okay. Let's start on the back. Gonna need some more paint here pretty soon. Almost out. Would you guys be down for some spooky games one day? Maybe. No promises, but I do need an excuse to, just out of curiosity, since I've upgraded earlier this year to the 4070 Ti Super, that mouthful of a card. I'm curious how the stream would perform running the stream and the game on one system, because normally I would do a dual PC for games, but I'm curious, and I thought it would be kind of fun to like play some Phasmophobia. I prefer to play the game in VR. It's absolutely terrifying in VR. But I don't think I'm going to bother with trying to get all that sorted out to work on stream. I know I can. I don't think it's worth the time and energy, considering we don't main games on this channel, you know. In fact, the intention has always been to do a little bit of gaming, because I started off the channel while we were getting things ready for sculpting on stream and just doing some gaming on stream, getting comfortable with the streaming stuff and getting everything set up. And then once I started sculpting, I haven't gone back to gaming at all. So I don't think it'd be worth the time and energy to set all of that up, but you got to do some special things to get it to stream nice and look nice. And be able to see chat while I'm in VR and all of that stuff. But spooky games is good. Yeah, I enjoy some. I got my eyes on that Silent Hill 2 remake. Apparently, it's pretty good. But like I said, I already bought the new Zelda game. I'm playing that. And I bought that with the intention for it to get me through till end of the month, when Dragon Age the Veilguard comes out. I'm waiting for reviews on that one, but so far I'm pretty sold on it. It looks like a fun time. And I'll probably actually check out the new Call of Duty just because it's on Game Pass, or it's going to be on Game Pass. I'm going a little less diluted on this. Thinning it down just a little bit. But we want to make sure we're getting more coverage here. That'll help. As long as I'm careful. Not too big of a deal. And like I said, until this year, I never thinned out my paint ever. I was just careful about how much paint I had on the brush. And try to get it on smooth. Oh boy, can't wait to get back to sculpting, you know? Painting is fine, but it's definitely the tedious portion. Unless we're sculpting a jerboa, then then everything is tedious. But boy, was that a fun project. Aw, 3-month parrot. Goodbye. Thank you, Siri. All right, let's get up above the eyes. And now around the eyes. And that'll be coat 3 on number 3. Right? Coat 3? I think so. Or is it coat 2? I don't know. I've lost track. Pardon me if I'm a little bit quiet. Just kind of focusing here. Once again, sculpting me. Not very nice to painting me. And a little difficult to reach spots. And the other eye.
Oh, that's hot.
Oh shit, that
That's
scared me.
Ah!
What's up, Ezra? Made me jump, sir. But don't feel bad. Hell, even somebody booped me earlier and it made me jump. So I don't know. Maybe I'm just extra jumpy today. Good morning, man. And folks, if you're not following Ezra, I'm linked in the chat there as a shout out. Be sure to drop a follow, show some love. Wonderful musician and streamer here on Twitch. How we doing today, man? Happy Monday. We're just going over the little complicated spots here. On coat number 2 or 3, I don't know. We lost track. Bit of a slow process when you're working on 3 at a time, but we're making progress nonetheless. Okay, rinse brushes. We're going to take a little bit of a breather here. It's a lot of painting already today. And a lot of like concentration with the painting. Not a lot of just at ease painting. And then we'll rotate back to the first. But I'm pretty happy. They look a little bit more like they've got a little bit more coverage on camera than they actually do. But yeah, I'm glad to be getting the orange on here and getting towards these final steps on this project. While we're taking a little bit of a breather here, just a quick rundown. Boy, we got SiriBot, man, putting in work today. That's number 2. Later on, Bitter Association. We'll see you. Take care, peace, have fun. We officially made it, chat. Until this week, I didn't even have bots in my chat. Now, you know, we must. This means we made it, right? I'm so jumpy you can pull a gun on me and I can stay cool and rational, but if I catch a butterfly out of the corner of my eye, I'll jump on out of my socks. Yeah, I guess I'm a lot like that too. It's hard to scare me, but like if you startle me and catch me off guard, that's when you get me. Yeah, quick rundown though. What we'll do, we're right now obviously in the midst of doing multiple coats to get our coverage on this orange. Once we get that, what I'll do is I'll take a brush. I'll just use this dry one as an example. And I'll get a light amount of paint, even heavier dilution than what we've been using, and just kind of start in here and pull outwards just slightly, just to get a little bit of a blend instead of a definitive line. And we'll do that on the top and bottom, okay? And then we may, depending, do a little bit more, like we'll go with some white and do a little bit cut in this way just to kind of further that blend if needed. And then same down here with the yellow. Once that is done, we've got red on the maker's marks back here and then touch up with the red or with the black and the white. Any other touch-ups that need done, and then multiple coats of our matte varnish with a gloss varnish on the teeth. And then the final step will be UV resin on the eyeballs and the maker's marks. And we're putting felt on the bottom. So we are very much getting there. It's just a little bit of a process. I'd love to go see this band again. It's been 2 years since I saw them, and I've been wanting to see them again since we walked out of the venue. What a great band. Great band live too. I've been wanting to see them since I was in high school many years ago when the dinosaurs walked the earth, and never got around to it until a couple years ago. And I expected they would be decent. you know, a good enough show to enjoy. They far exceeded my expectations. And part of my expectations were just kind of, I had my expectations a little bit low just because I know like Davey Havoc blew out his voice in the mid 2000s, blew out his vocal cords, and he still brings it. I'm just going to do a side swipe across here, and then we'll go up and down along there. And then, like I said, when we're doing touch-ups, I'll go in with the solid non-diluted paint and hit those lines along the detail areas. I just find it better that way personally, so. All right, let's work around the back. We'll come back and do the eyes. Love this guy. The candy corn or the band? This is probably my favorite of the three. I like all three of them now on the candy corns. Wasn't big on this one until I got his eye detail in and the bevels. I like them a lot more now. But this one and the Cyclops, I really like. Black guys are so all vibe, no thought. Yeah, right. He's got the scary teeth. He's got the scary soul, you know? He's the one that he's like, every day is Halloween in my soul, you know? Relatable. Well said. And the other fellow is just scared. Yeah. Guys, I don't like this. Good news is we should be able to do another pass here on the front. Oh, yeah, definitely going to be 4 to 5 coats here for sure. Above the eyes, and then we'll go in with the fine brush and go around the eyes again before we move on to the other guy. All this hyper-focused painting is making me want to dance with Mary Jane right now. All tensed up. Can't help it. It's a terrible habit. You want to like hold your breath and tense up when you're doing those like real fine spots, tough to reach areas. But the best thing you can do is breathe and relax. All right. Let's clean this brush. Yeah, if we keep this pace this week, I'd like to plan on doing the giveaway drawing on Thursday. But like I said, just stay tuned. I'll keep you guys posted on stream, of course, but also in the Discord. You know, I get we're all in a lot of Discords and everything, and you know, I do the same thing myself as far as like mutant servers and stuff. Just be mindful though. You can also set specific channels so you get alerts from those specific channels. And like our channel update and live streaming channels, probably good ones. If you want those alerts, make sure that those are turned on so you don't miss out. But I totally get it. I mean, I have to manage my notifications on Discord, or otherwise it would be constant. And I do try to keep things to a minimum, you know, between The only time I do everyone tags is when the stream's going live, or if there's a channel update that's of relative importance, you know. I think I'm gonna have to buy herb for the 3rd time since I've been in Cali. Supplies getting low. Uh-oh. Yeah, we have to go on a bit of a drive right now. That's gonna change in the coming years. Hopefully sooner rather than later. Right, everything's happening. It's just waiting for the slow turning gears. And we'll have some more local dispensaries, but as it stands right now, we have to drive a little bit. So I go and I stock up and get myself through a couple months, you know, and try to make that trip. It's about an hour. It's not terrible, but it's more than anything I'd want to drive often. So I just try to make that trip every couple months. Is the rule you have to be online to claim Yield Fart? As far as the giveaway goes, no, you don't have to be here. It would be awesome, you know, if people are, because they're just exciting, you know. But if whoever's drawn is not present, they will be notified on Discord. And they have 72 hours to claim, because I feel like that's fair enough. And then if they don't, then we redraw. But 72 hours should be more than enough, right? I think that's a fair window of opportunity there. That's more than fair. Very cool. Cool, man. Yeah, I thought that would work. I get the frustration. Like, I totally understand, you know, when it comes to having people required to be there for winning giveaways and such. With something like this, I feel like the way we're doing it is a little bit better, but, you know, it can be frustrating, especially when, like, you enter into a giveaway on stream, you got to be there to claim it, and you like happen to step away for a brief second and they do the giveaway. Oh, that would be horrible. That actually happened to somebody on a CNUT stream. I think it was last week. I was there trying to win a copy of Space Marine 2. And yeah, the one guy that got drawn wasn't there and came back shortly after they'd already redrawn. That's some luck, eh? Poor guy's been trying to win another copy since. Hey, Freaky Deek, what's up, man? How's it going? It's going well. Going well. Just painting. Coats after coats after coats, you know? There's oranges and yellows, dude. Oh. All right. Let me wash this brush out real quick. It happened in my stream too. Had to do the drawing 3 times. Oh, man. You don't get to complain that you don't get free stuff ever? Yeah. Yeah. No, I get that, Ezra. I get that, but yeah, that'd be tough luck. You step away for a brief minute and the drawing happens and you miss out. But to be fair, it's not like that specific drawing. I mean, everybody knows when it's going to happen. It's on the hour. while he's doing the Logitech sponsorship deal. Very cool thing that's CNOT's got going on over there. It's cool that Logitech is doing art stuff. Or working with artists, I should say. As opposed to, I mean, you know how easy it would be for them to just like go to a gaming stream and be like, hey, if you could do this giveaway, we'll sponsor this and that. But no, they went with an art streamer, and that's freaking awesome, dude.
It's time to take a short
I
break.
refuse to believe it.
Stand up, stretch, and hydrate.
I refuse to believe it. You're lying. You're lying, Atticus. There's no possible way. Pumpkins look awesome. Great color palette. Thanks, man. Yeah, we're going to get the coverage on the orange and get our solid coverage. And then if I want to tone it down a little bit, I'll do a final coat with a like a slightly darkened orange. But so far, I'm digging it. So finally, the arts have been ignored for too long on Twitch. I agree. I agree. But at least we have categories over here, unlike YouTube. They don't even have YouTube, but they have the gall to send out like surveys like, do you believe that YouTube values its artists? You were serious? That was a serious question. You really meant that. Okay. Guys, we do have an ad break coming up here in 40 seconds. It is that time. Unfortunately, another hour has passed. I don't believe it. We're 3 hours in, right? Yeah, 3 hours in today. We do have an ad break for 3 minutes, once each hour. It's a great opportunity for me and all of us to get up and stretch because sedentary lifestyles and all of that are not so good, right? So make sure you're standing, getting some blood flow going, stretch. Grab a drink, grab a snack. It's a great opportunity to do all of those things. I'm going to put the break screen up. You don't have to worry. You won't be missing anything here. And then once we get back from break, we'll continue on. So thank you guys so much. Also, real quick. If you're not following Freaky Deek, another fantastic sculptor here on Twitch, be sure to show some love. Drop a follow. Check out his stream. You won't be disappointed, I assure you. And there's the ads. Well, Bob Ross is probably still dominating the arts section. Yeah. YouTube is definitely not supporting the arts that much. Yeah, no, they're not. It's a shame. It's actually unacceptable at this point. Really. You're flooding me with nah, man. Just showing support for the people that deserve it, dude. 100%. Like meeting some other artists on here and the people in this community and friends of the channel, other streamers, has been huge for me. I truly appreciate all of you. About 2 minutes on the ad break, guys. I'm going to stand and get a stretch real quick. What happened? What's going on? Hey, Ye Old Fart with the 3-month resub. They've been subscribed for 2 months. Fuck this ad shit. Hey, Ye Old Fart, thank you so much for the resub, man. I truly appreciate the support. You know, we've talked about it. Money isn't the driving force here by any means, not even close. But the support is certainly appreciated. It allows me to reinvest in the stream and in my art, funding clay and tools and essentials and all of that stuff. So thank you very, very, very much for the support, man. I truly appreciate it. And thanks for being a part of this community. Always tip the scale when it comes to giving up. Literally every stream right now. Man, don't give up. Don't do that, man. If I'm not giving up, you can't either. All right. Here's what I said. You know, I recognize that. Are we out of ad break? There we are.
Welcome back. Let's get to it.
We'll hop over here real quick. Did I not put the break screen up that whole time? I thought I did. Wait a minute. Was the break screen not up? Because I hit the button. Okay, it worked that time. Strange. No break screen. Weird. Weird. Sorry about that, guys. Yeah, well, you didn't miss anything. We'll call it the imaginary break screen. Love your channel. Making monsters is very essential. I appreciate it, Yield Fart. I really do. And like I was saying with that, it kind of goes into hand with what I was saying with to Freaky Deek. The only thing that's kept me going with all of this is money is not a motivating factor for me. I never started this for money. I've always been doing this as something I enjoy. It's very easy. It's very easy on Twitch to get distracted. With all of that noise, and I'm guilty of it myself. If you've been a part of this community, you know I've had to kind of overcome some mental obstacles that I've put in my own way, and refocus my thought. And making money is nice. You know, I'm not going to sit here and deny that. But like, at the end of the day, this is why I do it. And you guys over here in the chat, you know, down here, I suppose, more aptly on this screen. This is why I do it. This is what I enjoy about it, is the community and the art, meeting other artists and the camaraderie, and the learning. That's what does it for me. And there's going to be times where you just want to put your foot through a wall because of Twitch and their nonsense and the way things that can be so up and down and so inconsistent. That's just the nature of it, I'm afraid. Until you get to that, you know, the people at that certain point where it's just always a banger stream. It's going to have ebb and flow. It's going to be ups and downs. There's going to be times where I'm frustrated with the stream, and there's times that I have been. But at the end of the day, I just continue to remind myself why I do this to begin with. And the creation and the sharing of it is everything to me, you know? Tough times, tough phase, a lot of frustration lately. Yeah, I totally get it, dude. Going day by day. Really positive part in that lately. Dude, I appreciate that. Thank you. Sometimes I feel like I'm the lump on a log. You know what I mean? I feel like I'm the downer. Because I often, for one, I often talk about things, or I look into things, or I acknowledge things that people don't like to talk about because they're not happy topics to talk about, or but I think anything, even if you want to call it negative, whether it's reality and negative or not, I think there's ways to frame it where even the negative holds a lesson. And yeah, I try to, even in my frustrations with the stream, I try to find a balance. Like, okay, yeah, this sucks, but this is what doesn't suck, you know? I'm back. Had a work meeting. What's that? Hey, welcome back, bots. Yeah, just doing another coat here. Working our way through the process. Trying to get to that 100% coverage mark, you know? Did I just hear a Menchie? Ain't no way I just heard a Menchie. So if I didn't hear a Menchie, then what did I hear? Literally still trying to reach a manager about a missing chicken strip from last night's dinner from the drive-thru. Oh, geez. You know what? You reminded me I need to make a phone call. I've talked about them a little bit. Occasionally I'll get those Gordon Ramsay freezer meals. They've been pretty decent. They're not cheap, but they're pretty good. And a nice little thing to throw in the microwave after a stream. Quick meal and a tasty one for a microwave meal. But I opened one recently and like the plastic seal had never gotten sealed and it was all freezer burned and shit. I need to call. Number one, actually it's the second one of them that I've had that way. So clearly they need to be made aware that there's something wrong on their line, apparently. But also I kind of like to get my money back. Or at least a coupon to like get a free one to replace the bad one that I paid for. Share your tale of woe. Mine's wrought with stale fries and missing dinner rolls. Dude, Menchie and I hardly ever eat out anymore because of those experiences right there. It's frustrating. Nobody really cares anymore. That's what it seems like. And you know, I've worked my share of shitty jobs. But like, if you show up to work, then do your job. Or just don't bother, you know? That's the way I see it. And I'm not saying like every workplace is ideal. What I'm saying is if you're at a point where you just show up and you don't even want to be there, then find something else. Our Taco Bell has an AI drive-through now. So I'll never go through there again. That was awful. And it's funny to me because, you know, you pull up and you place your order with this AI, right? But then you pull up to the window and the person that's always at the window running the drive-through is still there with a headset on. Like, what is the point of this? What? You're now effectively paying someone to do less. So what are we doing? Really enjoying my work lately. Exhausting, but I have really nice colleagues so far. That's great, man. That's a good thing. Good to hear. You know, I don't think anybody's ever 100% happy with their job, but some jobs are just ugh. I've had my share. I remember once I was a sandwich artist at Subway. That was the only experience I ever needed to never work in food service ever again. I watched a girl get a sandwich thrown at her by a customer because she had the audacity to put the meat on before the dressing. People are crazy, dude. Apparently, he works a crappy job but shows up and tries to give them more than what I'm being paid. Well, I don't know that I guess it depends. Like, if there's promise, I would go above and beyond, but not saying you should work for free by any means, but or allow yourself to be taken for granted or taken advantage of or anything like that. But you know, we all live by our own standards, and if you're in a situation where your employee isn't treating you right or fairly, that's not a good place. The song, here it is. The Beach Boys horror song. Scariest Beach Boys song ever made. I just got off the phone with their area manager because the store I got my food from hasn't answered their phone in 2 days. Jesus, dude. I had a situation like that once with KFC. There was 3 cars in front of me in the drive-thru. And I sat in line, I kid you not, dude, for 40 minutes. That was my first mistake. No, my first mistake was going to KFC. That was my second mistake. And then I pull up to the window. The dude running the window was like too busy having a conversation and laughing and carrying on with his coworkers. And I'm just like, okay, whatever. You're annoying. I just want my food. I get my food. I go home. I live like around the corner at the time. And I get home. It's the wrong order. I was furious. And then I talked to corporate about it because it was just a completely unsatisfactory experience. Clearly because people were too busy screwing off. And their response was to send me vouchers for free food. Like, I ain't going back there. What do you... No desire to go back there. Besides, they got rid of the Twister combo all those years ago, and I still haven't forgiven them for that. Dude, the Twister combo was the best thing ever. Did I do the backside? I don't remember if we did or not. I don't think I made it all the way around. If I make $10 an hour, I try to show I'm worth 11. Yeah, exactly. You know, it's a strange world we live in these days, dude. And I'm not one of these people that like automatically sides with an employer. Believe me, I'll sit here all day and criticize an employer just as well. Just don't give your employer any kind of justifying or a seemingly justifiable reason to behave that way. Because I don't think there is any justification for some of this behavior we've seen from employers, but there are certainly instances where they feel justified, whether they are or not, you know. The way I see it right now is nowadays it's tricky with jobs, a lot of instability in the market, so priorities are maintaining health, work your butt off until the storm's passed. Yeah. Yeah, sometimes you just got to do what you got to do. You know, it's easy to say like, oh, I hate this job, it's time to find something else. But and I've been there. I've been there and I've had to suck it up and suffer through a job that I absolutely detest until I had something lined up to replace it because I couldn't go without income. Um, and that shit sucks. It's stressful, but welcome to late stage capitalism, I guess. I don't know. Can we change this bullshit yet? It's gotten us nowhere, and that's surely the direction it continues to lead, because infinite growth is the most imaginary thing since Santa Claus. You try not to be caring about it. Yeah, exactly. And that's where there's a line there, though. There's a threshold. You have a right to complain about bad service and expect things to be made right. You didn't get what you paid for, by all means, but there's a way to go about it. Like, I'll be honest, when it comes to dealing with shit on the phone, I just request to speak to a supervisor most of the time off the bat. Because I know that the person that I'm talking to can't do anything without a supervisor, anyways. Do you know what I mean? Because I've worked in those positions. And the only time I get irritated is when they make a big deal out of it. Like, no, I can help you. Well, I appreciate it, bud, but like, no, you can't. I need to talk to a supervisor for this one. You know? Please don't waste my time and just connect me to who I need to speak to. And currently employ a dozen people over a couple states, and they're great. But I've had employees that just projected a complete lack of decorum and disregard for doing their job with any sort of professionalism or regard for the customer, respect for their employees. Yeah, yeah, I definitely know they're out there. Some of them are our neighbors that let their dogs bark for hours on end. Right, back to that. I guess the next iteration will be sustainable capitalism. Well, I would argue that if you take a lot of the permitted methods of business out of the circulation and restrict them out of existence, it would be at least a touch more sustainable. Planned obsolescence, for instance. One of the biggest blights on our planet right now. And I would argue on the consumer too, because why the hell should we accept the fact that let's just take it down to the originating factors from it, like the light bulb, you know? God forbid you don't have to buy a light bulb every so often, and we make light bulbs that last for years like we used to. But think about the waste that's implied then when you make it so a product goes bad and has to be replaced, not because of limitations with our ability to make sustainable things, but instead a purely profit-driven motive. Because God forbid, the board, the CEO, they don't get a bonus every couple months, you know? We can't have that. Jeff Bezos wouldn't have 7 bathrooms in his mansion, you know? What an awful thing. Could you imagine living without 7 bathrooms? Absurdity, really. No BS about it's the pandemic. This is way before that. Been lazy asshole. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Yeah. I think if anything, I got a beard hair in my mouth. More than anything, I think maybe the pandemic kind of pulled the wool off a lot of people's eyes when it comes to the way that the system operates and how fragile and ridiculous a lot of it is. Oh, you also have a barking dog neighbor? Yeah, we've got a couple. One of them's a cop. Really appreciate that. One of the last persons in society that should have to be instructed to, you know, not be an asshole and consider his neighbors, and yet and then we've gotten somebody that has moved in recently. They bought a house down the road, but it's kind of catty cornered to us with the pond in our backyard. And then they let their dog out and it just barks and barks, and then it echoes across the pond. Like I can hear it over our TV. It's annoying. Thankfully, they're not right on top of us. If I was one of the people right next to either of those people, oh, it would be in a different story. I would not. It's bad enough now that I'm tempted to say something, but I sure as hell wouldn't even sit here pondering it if I was one of the people that live right next to him. And before I was a little bit hesitant to start shit with a cop, given my choice of medication and the legality of it at the time. But now I can walk up to his front door smoking a joint and he ain't gonna do shit. Bezos could really be a little more generous. About a 595 split with content creators beginning 2025. Yeah, well, it was irritating when all of that happened with Amazon, right? Because they wanted to get out ahead of all the criticism, and they're like, yeah, we're raising minimum wage to $15. And it's like, okay, but you didn't mention the fact that you were cutting people's benefits. That's not the same. I still haven't figured out a way to pull sustainable profits from the platform. If I were to take a guess, streaming in general won't actually last. I'm with Ezram on this one. I think that a lot of the things that we've been seeing, price increases and such on the platform here, has been a result of Amazon putting pressure on them to turn a profit. But the problem is YouTube, after all of these years, is still not profitable. And if they can't do it, there's no way in hell Twitch is going to do it. You know what I mean? So it boils down to, is Amazon happy with a platform that, quite frankly, offers quite a lot for them, if we're being honest, but doesn't turn a profit? Is that going to fly in the long run? And I don't know, man. So I just kind of try to enjoy things while we're here. God, this is going to take forever. Freaking orange. Back to number one. They look a lot more covered than they actually are. Let's see. Yeah, the light's gonna kind of bleach that out. You won't be able to tell so much, but yeah, trust me, they need more coats. I need it to look like that to me. Because off camera, not quite. Yeah, I think so too. It almost feels like it was all a 15-year experiment. I don't think it's going to change. I don't think we're going anywhere anytime soon. But like if 5 years down the road, if I were to be able to fast travel, if I were able to time travel 5 years from now and Twitch no longer existed, I don't think I'd be all that shocked about it. It's not what I want, but what I want has nothing to do with this. You know? Almost feels like the era of social media and online presence was at its peak a few years ago, and this whole development is going back to people going out again and meeting. To an extent, that's a good thing, but I also think we're in the midst of an evolution. And I shared a video. It's rather long, but it's in here. Let me get a link. Oh, that's not right. That's not right. That's a link to the Discord post itself. Let me get the YouTube link. Yeah, Death of the Follower and the Future of Creativity on the Web. This is Jack Conte, I think it is. He's one of the two guys, the co-founder of Patreon. This was at South by Southwest recently, a speech that he gave, and it is a little bit of like a nod to Patreon, and that's to be expected. But the general gist of the conversation is not just Patreon. And it applies to things as a whole. It's a great talk. I highly recommend it, and something to think about. Something to think about for sure. I don't want to be in a room with a proverbial you. Wait, what? Yeah, I mean, I'm not like, it's not going to change anything about the way I function, but even though, I mean, my name is Feral for a reason. And that's a product of exposure, quite honestly, because I like people. I just don't like the way people tend to act. And from my experience, unfortunately, I seem to be better away from people, this being the exception. Captain Shires, welcome in. Great to see you. But I think that, you know, the fact that I can still have a conversation or be cordial, I think that says something. And I think as far as younger generations go, they never really got an opportunity to build those skills, because a lot of them are just like terminally online. And maybe a little bit of a push to offline conversation would do some good. But yeah, as far as social media goes, good riddance as far as I'm concerned. I was once very optimistic about the implications and possibilities of social media. I did a college report on it, as a matter of fact, and I was very optimistic on it. I wasn't naive. Like, I definitely pointed out some of the potential concerns, some of which have come to fruition. But you know, the way I saw it back then, like, this is going to allow the human species to connect like we've never connected before, and to share and learn from one another, and really kind of be a launching point for an evolution of our species, if you will. But yeah, like with the atom, I'm afraid we made some wrong decisions here. Yeah, not me. I don't. Let's see. I saw that. I've seen that. Is that the change of Patreon? I think he talks about it. Yeah, but like the talk itself isn't. It's not a talk that's like, hey, this is about Patreon. It touches on Patreon because it's used to serve a point and kind of show like, this is what I believe. This is what I've come from. This is what I've experienced, and this is what we're all kind of seeing happening. And then, you know, he touches like, that's why we're doing this on Patreon. That's why we're doing that. But again, the nature of the talk isn't like 100% a plug for Patreon or anything. It'd be like me giving a talk about art, but using my own experience and my own little world here as an example to serve examples for that conversation, you know. And most of the talk doesn't even talk about Patreon. It's more towards the end. He gets into that a little bit. But yeah, like the gist of it is like we're kind of in the midst of an evolution, and it's not necessarily a bad thing. And I don't know. For me personally, I found it insightful and inspiring. In response to the developments going back to people going out again and meeting, yeah. I don't like being in a people place. I only go into public out of desperation for money and food. Yeah, it's the way I am anymore, dude. It really is. Admittedly, I go out a little bit more than I would just to appease Menchie, you know. Otherwise, I'm 100% content at home. When COVID happened and everybody was freaking out, I'm just like, what is wrong? Like, what? It's not that big of a deal. Like I stay home all the time. I don't. I can relate to that. I preferred IRL connections while all my friends dove into the interwebs world. All of a sudden, I started on Twitch. Yeah, I was kind of in between. Like, I've totally been an internet nerd since I could get my hands on the internet. You know what I mean? I love it. Always have. Less maybe these days, but at the same time, I liked being around my friends. I like going out and doing stuff with my friends prior to triggering a social anxiety disorder at later in life. I was very outgoing. I was shy, but I was outgoing. I loved to meet people and go do stuff. And hell, we would just like go to the stores and act foolish and have fun, you know, typical kid shit. And not so much these days. But one thing has always remained true. When it comes to like conversation, I'm still very much a phone call person. I hate texting. I hate it so much, especially with a touch screen. That being said, if it could be a text message, just send a text message. Not without reason here. Wrong decisions. My phone stalks me. Yeah. Dude, I'm so ready to go back to a dumb phone that is arguably better. I'm just so tired of all the bullshit. All the continuous tramplings on privacy and the lackluster laws protecting people's privacy as a victim of identity theft who has fought with that bullshit for years. Boy, does it infuriate me when I see lax approaches to privacy and security. And I'm of staunch belief that we need to put down regulation that severely penalizes any corporation that faces a data breach. And I firmly believe that if the day that something like that gets enacted is the day that we'll see a rapid decline in data breaches, because most of these are happening out of complete negligence and security. But it won't happen because, for instance, I'm dealing with identity theft because of a data breach that happened and the sheer negligence of our own government here in the US. So how could they possibly say corporations are to be held accountable when they won't hold themselves accountable? You know, the recourse for that was, here's a year of free credit monitoring. Well, boy, golly geez, thank you guys, because this thing that I have to deal with for the rest of my life, and you covered it for a year. How generous, you know? Very much appreciated. Away from social media and into having your own little private communities like Discord. Yeah, where, and you know what? I'm kind of okay with that idea, Freaky Deek, myself. Community is the aspect that, like I was discussing earlier, it's one of the primary aspects that I enjoy about all of this. The idea of a nice little close-knit community, dude. That's sounds awesome to me. Call me back and replace my meal. Well, there we go. Very nice. Justice has been served. Bots has had his meal replaced. The light shines a little brighter in the world today. Thank you, bots. Having IRL stuff and internet was something for evenings. Yeah. The good news is we're getting there, chat. The bad news is we're still not there. Got more coats to do on these guys. And I know it probably looks like I'm just being ridiculous, but I assure you I can see like dark gray bleeding through certain areas. So a couple more coats are going to be essential. Also annoyed by the whole smartphone stuff. Yeah, there's so many reasons why it just annoys the piss out of me anymore. Number one, it's so wasteful. This whole concept of replacing a phone every year, and the upgrades are not upgrades, and then the privacy stuff, and then the cost of the service in general being just egregious at best. Yeah, it's frustrating. It really is. Here's one thing that gets me through. Speaking from experience here in the U.S., I obviously can't speak for anyone else. But as far as the U.S. is concerned, we have very little young blood in government. It's all old people that don't understand technology, much less what they need to do to regulate it, much less what the concerns for the future are, much less the implications that are involved when it comes to some of this technology. They're completely ignorant to it. And yet they're the ones that are making regulation or lack thereof or policy of any kind. And until that generation phases out, and hopefully some of our generation or younger starts getting into these positions where they can actually make some change, that's the one thing that gives me peace of mind. It sucks to think patience is required because I don't think we have time for patience, but at the very least, I don't think it's a lost cause. I just don't think that we're quite at that point yet where we can do anything, but it feels like it's around the bend. It does feel like it's around the bend. I think world governments need to have harsher punishments for foreign companies committing data breaches and scams too. I think we need a universal regulation system on a lot of things when it comes to the connectivity that we have on a global scale now. The only way we're going to be able to properly address some of this is through global cooperation. That's a fact. And to think otherwise is just not realistic. We definitely need some policy in place in individual countries for sure. Like, you know, the EU, they're probably one of the more serious when it comes to regulation. Whether you agree with some of the measures taken or not, at least it's something, because my government is doing absolutely nothing. But I think that we need to see something on a larger scale, where regulation doesn't just apply to one part of the world. You know what I mean? There's too many loopholes. Backed by foreign governments? Yeah, yeah. Considered an act of terrorism, in the worst case, an act of aggression, opening stages of war. Or if we're talking about businesses here, again, find them out of existence. They get no sympathy from me, man. When they're paying their CEOs hundreds of millions of dollars for bonuses, for doing what exactly? And then they're ignoring and cutting corners on security and privacy. Nah, you get zero sympathy from me. Oh, boohoo! Another multi-billion-dollar company has to pay a fraction of a fee. You know, so sad. It's the only way to really seemingly get through to them is the threat of financial ruin, because they don't care about anything but money. And when you're talking like incremental fees, like how many companies literally have a business model where it's cheaper to pay fees than it is to do things the way that would avoid the fees, right? That's a problem. Let me set this down. I got to scroll a little bit. The EU started having very strict rules and punishments when it comes to data and privacy. Yeah, you guys are some of the most strict in the world, if I'm not mistaken. There's a habit of recently suggesting my routes home when I start my car. However, I figured out if I drive the tractor from the yard and follow my route for a mile, then go flat out off road in the field, it completely loses its marbles. I always found that way too restrictive, but nowadays I'm quite grateful for that. LinkedIn, Adobe, Meta are all not rolling out their AI stuff in Europe so far. Yeah, I I don't know, man. It's crazy. And the AI stuff is like a whole topic in and of itself. I'm not staunchly against AI. I think that we have solid use cases for it. But the way that it's being positioned is not any use case that I can think is really beneficial or necessary. And the amount of energy that it takes to run these AI systems is a net negative on the world, when we should probably be trying to do the opposite. But I digress. You know, AI generated pictures of cats and dogs surfing and other weird, crazy things. Obviously, those are a little more important than any kind of existential crisis that we could ever fathom. But, yeah, you know, maybe we should just keep it in mind. General Data Protection Regulation. Yeah, GDPR. A lot of work with GDPR rollout back in 2017, 2018. Dude, over here, there's people still trying to make like porn illegal, to where you have to have, infuriating. You have to do an ID check online for a porn website. And it's like, so I'm supposed to give my ID to a porn website? That's your idea of security. Okay. Yeah. Sure. ISPs by court order, but only in the harshest cases. Yeah. Problem is, those are only definitions of the law. Host country that creates them. Only within that country, it requires external. Yep, exactly. Yeah. And that's where I'm saying we need something like that that extends on a universal scale. And I think it needs to be specified that it would be strictly to address the only measures that they would have any control over are data privacy and incompetence when it comes to, or irresponsibility, negligence, what have you, on the part of corporations globally when it comes to user data and privacy. And that way, it's simple, it's to the point, it's not something that could infringe on one jurisdiction or another. It's a common cause and a solitary effort. Kansas did that. Pornhub and a few others make you, oh my God. Once again, ignorant policy by ignorant old men that have no idea what they're talking about while passing legislation and policies, right? Insane. Insane. Appropriate song in the background here. I'm sorry, guys. I do feel fine though. You know, what are we going to do? It's fine. It's fine. At this point in life, the only way I get through is little reminders like we've discussed already. And then I try to remember something George Carlin said. Yeah, I got a front row ticket to the circus. May as well enjoy the show. Speaking about scary AI realism, I want to hate it. They're so damn cute. What is it? We got 4 minutes till an ad break. I don't know if we're going to get this orange done, man. It's taking more coats than I anticipated. I knew it was going to take coats, but this is crazy. And I think our next coat is going to be barely diluted. Remember the dragon from How to Train Your Dragon? Yeah, I can't ever think of his name. Minchie loves that movie and that dragon. But yeah, I know what you're talking about. These are realistic bait. Oh, wow. Are you painting the bottom of those bright yellow? These? Yeah, but we'll be putting felt over the bottom. I'm just ridiculous and I have to paint all of it. And I even had to make sure that the finish, because I had them sitting, you know, and there was paint on the wax paper that I had it sitting on. And when I picked them up, it like peeled a little bit. So I had to put another coat on there, even though it absolutely does not matter. I'm ridiculous like that.
It's time to take a short break. Stand up, stretch and hydrate.
Ain't the boss of me. Shut your mouth, Atticus. I'll post it in Discord. Okay. Like the oh. Well, it's already yellow on the bottom though. Yeah. That'll be as bright as it gets. I thought you meant on the bottom. Minute and a half. Do I have time to do this? I just wanted to get a little bit of coverage on these. Now that we're getting closer to the final coat. That starts in 10 seconds. Okay. Yeah, folks, we got an ad break coming up. Probably the final one of the day. We're probably going to work up to about the next one. I don't know. We'll see. We'll see. But definitely going to continue some work after break. So great time to grab a drink, stretch, grab a snack, all that good stuff. I'm going to get a quick stretch in, drink and all of that. Get a little break myself. And then when we come back, we'll be right back into these guys. This one specifically. And I will see you then. I don't know what that movie ad was, but it had Yes in it, and I'm here for it. What, is Yes a band? Oh yeah. Was it at least a good enough looking movie?
Welcome back. Let's get to it.
All right, let's do that. Let's get back to it. Yeah, we'll do another code on this guy. I really wish you guys could kind of see what I'm talking about, because it does look like, I wish it looked like that for real, because it looks like it's done and ready to go, but it is not, alas. There's some darker areas in here, right here, back in here. It's going to take a couple more coats for sure. What we're going to do, we're going to ease up on the flow medium. This is a relatively thin paint to begin with. It's not super thick. But we're getting close to the end. We don't have to worry as much. I'll put about half as much in there this time. What was it a horror movie, Ezram, or what are we advertising on Twitch these days? I want a good movie to watch. I was all set to watch Joker 2, and that turned out to be an abysmal disappointment, so not even going to waste my time and money on that one. And I want to go see Wild Robot, but I want to see it at home because I don't want to be a grown-ass man in an animated movie bawling my eyes out at the theater. So I'll wait till we can watch it at home and I can spare myself the public humiliation. That seems like an ugly cry kind of movie for me, man. Just the topics that it touches base on, and this paint sucks. Like, it's fine, it's smooth, but boy, is it like the coverage is not great. But like I said, my choices were limited with the orange when I went to go get some more. Because it's fall and all the wine moms have crafting to do. All the orange paint is gone. Pumpkin spice, crafting circles and stuff. I'm sorry, that's mean. I shouldn't. Art is art. People doing creation stuff, that's cool, man. I just like making fun of wine moms. I'm sorry. Sorry, wine moms. Sorry. Just go to the early showings while kids are at school. That's what I do. Yeah, but I still have to get out and go to my car. We go to the theater early anyways. We go to like the 10 o'clock showings in the mornings. We both kind of like it that way. I like it that way because I can enjoy the movie without a theater full of people. And it's something I could typically kind of ignore pretty well as far as the anxiety goes. But I don't think I need to even say that people don't seem to remember how to act at a movie theater these days. And then that's when it starts to be an issue for me. So the less people in the theater, the better. Hey, I'm a wine mom. I'm sorry, Corpse. I'm sorry. I wasn't looking at it, just listening to AFK, and I heard part of the musical montage of the ad, a section of Seen All Good People by Yes. Nice. I feel like there's some movies that we were waiting on that kind of escaped memory, and I need to recheck our list. We try to keep tabs on anything we see that looks appealing, whether it be games or, you know, movies. Last month we had Beetlejuice, at least. That was enjoyable enough. Really enjoyed that movie. It was a good time. And I guess if we don't see anything this month, that's fine. It just gives me time to save up some more free tickets with my movie pass thing. Can't complain there. We had 2 free tickets when we went to go see Joker. Not really free. I mean, I pay $10 a month for the thing, but I will say, as often as we tend to go to the theater, it's been a heck of a deal. Because the theater experience for me, we go to the movie, we get some popcorn and a drink amongst the two of us, and that movie pass thing gives me a discount on all of that stuff too, plus points. Where over time I can get those things like money off and stuff like that. So yeah, those programs are hit and miss for sure, but this one works for us. Go to top down because my hand's like right in the way when I'm painting on this, isn't it? Who knows? Maybe I'll pop up tonight with a little bit of a after dark, no mic painting stream. We'll see. 'Cause I definitely want to keep momentum going here. At the same time, I really want to play some Zelda tonight, but we'll see how I'm feeling. I don't want to overdo it. Mentioned it earlier too. If anybody's got a Switch, that new Zelda game's pretty cool, man. I'm enjoying it. But I also am quite partial to the old school style of Zelda like this one is, where it's like almost like the top down, like on the Super Nintendo Link to the Past, which in my opinion is the best Zelda game. No hate, but I just really love Link to the Past. Hey, they're getting closer and closer to looking like they do on camera for me in person. They're getting pretty consistent coverage with just a few little spots. I've been thinking too, as far as like night streams go. Obviously, just again, if anybody's newer and they don't really know, I can't typically stream in the evenings because my partner Menchie, uh, she has to get up really early for work, and she is already a very light sleeper. And my office here is right next to our bedroom, so I can't really stream at night without disturbing her. Basically, just me talking. But there's a very solid possibility, not even possibility, it's just something that's going to happen. It hasn't happened yet, but night streams are definitely something I can do. I just can't be on the mic. So we'll have like no mic, chill music, and just working. And then if I need to, I can type in chat. And what I was thinking is like, I don't want to send out notifications on Discord that late. So what I'll probably do is just post that I'm live in the channel and not tag everyone for night streams. Because I know a lot of our community is in different time zones outside of the US. And 9 p.m. for me is like early morning hours. And I don't want to send out notifications at that point in time and disturb anyone. So point is, if it's something you're interested in, just keep an eye out, on Discord. And I definitely think between this and the pumpkin, at some point here soon, there's going to be some night streams for sure. I've just had a lot going on in the evenings. I'm like, I just want to chill, which is not normal because a lot of times in the evenings before I was streaming, me chilling was sitting down and sculpting. And I want to get back to that a little bit. It just so happens I've also gotten back into enjoying a few video games finally after a bit of a dry spell. So I'm kind of letting myself enjoy that time a little bit. Because you got to have time to just, be a degenerate from time to time, right? Of all the years I've seen people playing various Zelda games, I've never once asked for the controller. It's definitely one of those things like Minchie doesn't like them. She appreciates like the games, I think. But not her cup of tea. This one, I think she would like it if she gave it a chance. It's a bit different. You play as Zelda for starters instead of Link. And a really cool system how if the first time you beat a new enemy, you can like learn their echo and you can summon them to fight for you. And then there's various things that you can learn the echoes of, like inanimate objects that can be used as placement for overcoming obstacles and puzzles. And again, I'm a sucker for that top-down approach with Zelda as it is. Like the old Link to the Past on SNES. But then I'm a fan of puzzle games, which, the Zelda games have always had an element of. And this one's just really scratching that itch right now. But as far as 3D Zelda goes, man, I'm with you. I really am. I own Breath of the Wild. I never beat it. I got Tears of the Kingdom, never finished it. I respect them for what they are. It just doesn't feel like Zelda to me. I don't know. like, man, Link to the Past when I was a kid on Super Nintendo was like magical. You get this open world, it drops you in and it says, hey, have fun. And that was awesome as a kid. Played that game so freaking much. I like Zelda from above. I don't even think those Breath of the Wild games interest me. Yeah, there's cool stuff about them, dude. Like, Tears of the Kingdom, where you can like build things. Some super cool mechanics in there. But yeah. You know how to turn the G-Gen off? We're very different creatures, my friend. Well, I mean, I had to at certain points in my life, that's wrong. Also, who booped me? Who did that? Rose is still with us. Press all the buttons. A spoon? Yeah, no spoons today, but we can still appreciate the spoon. All right, back to the fine brush. We are getting there, folks. We are getting there. Oh my goodness. Oh boy, I can't wait to paint the pumpkin orange though, you know. At least it'll be a little bit easier because we're gonna.
Oh, that's hot.
Yeah.
That's hot.
At least with the pumpkin, we don't have to worry about multiple colors. We can do a base coat and then go over that. Oh yeah, fine brush. And thank you, Ezra. Get yourself an airbrush. Man, I just don't think I like airbrushing. I really don't. Number one, the amount of cleaning that you do right off the bat has me saying, fuck that noise. I feel like I'd be doing more cleaning than actual painting, you know what I mean? You know, when it's something like for example, artwork by Andy, you know, he's doing a long stint with a certain color before he changes colors, but dude, I change colors too much for that. I'd get nothing done but cleaning those stupid little pieces and parts, you know? I like the idea, but in practice, I don't know, man. I just don't see myself enjoying it at all. I admit too, like it would be super beneficial for stuff as easy as like a base coat, or I'm sorry, like your primer and things, but those aren't the things that really, you know, get on my nerves about painting anyways. Yeah, it isn't that bad. Cleaning thoroughly once a week is fine depending on usage. Yeah, but don't you have to clean like the cups and the internal parts of the airbrush every time you change colors? I would think you would, to avoid like cross-contaminating your colors and such. No hate against airbrushing by any means. I think it's freaking awesome. Like you guys have heard me talk about artwork by Andy and his work, incredible. I just don't think it's a skill set that I could pick up and or enjoy. I don't know. is like painting isn't my favorite thing to do, but there is something therapeutic about it, in my opinion. Certain things get to me, you know, it wears on you when you're doing like fine detail for hours and hours and hours. Just the concentration that you have to exert there is exhausting. But like just general painting, I'd rather be sculpting, but of course I would. Um, it just sucks when you have to do paint like one coat after another after another. And thankfully that's only certain colors, you know. Yellow and orange here being the worst of the two, I think. For the worst two offenders. You know, white's not great, but white kind of depends. I feel like orange and yellow just they suck for coverage regardless. I see how with airbrushing I would enjoy the result more and the process less. Yeah, I like the result. I like the finish. I just like you said, it's the process for me. I don't think I would enjoy it so much. And Corpse, if you were referring to like the yellow I used on these guys, this is a little bit hyper. I don't particularly like this shade. And I wanted a little bit more of a desaturated look on these. If you're still there, that is. Ah, there he is. Yeah. Yeah, I think it's just a little bit too vibrant, you know. And I even gave these guys a little wash to kind of antique them up a little bit too, so make them look a little bit aged. Just run a bit of water through, bam, done. I need a wipe in the cup. Time saved on base coats and layers is huge. Yeah, I can see that. That would be the one appeal. But when it comes into like detailing and stuff like that, I would be right back to the brush. Um, I just don't feel like the airbrush would give me the kind of control that I feel like I need when it comes to painting. And of course that comes with experience too, but I don't have time for that. The whole idea of I forget, maybe it was here in chat. I don't know. We were talking about getting the opportunity to practice with airbrushing, and somebody brought up going to the thrift store and getting cheapo, you know, decorations and stuff that I could practice painting on. And like that sounds great in practice, but again, I'm looking at it and I'm like, when do I have time to do that? That's the problem. Because that's time that could be streaming. That's time that I could be sculpting. That's time that I could be doing something just for me. And with this zoo around here at this point, that time is limited as it is. In fact, about 30 minutes, it's time to tend to the zoo. We've so if you guys know, if you've been around, forgive me, but just to kind of fill in anybody that might not know, we had 2 female rats, and we have had them for 2 years, a little over. And just recently we ended up with 2 males. They're housed separately, of course. And with the girls having a couple health issues, we just had one. We took her to get a tumor removed, and now it was external on her, so we prioritized it. And then our oldest female, they're about the same age, but my Hazel's the oldest of the two, and she's got an internal mass, and that's what I'm taking her to have surgery to be removed this week. But with all of that, you know, they've been on block food, which is fine. And most people, I think, just feed rats block food as long as it's a good block food. You know, none of that stuff with a bunch of seeds in it, because it shouldn't have seeds in it. That should not be. They can have seeds in moderation, like sunflower seeds and such. But any nuts are high in fat, and you should avoid anything high in fat. At least something they should have at the very most in moderation. But anyway, with all of this going on, we decided to get them on where the block food is supplementary. It just, we put a little bit in between feedings to get them from one meal to the next. But other than that, they're getting fed twice a day, fresh greens, kale, cauliflower, broccoli, peas. So it's added a little bit into the routine. Takes up a little bit more time as far as weekly prep goes and all of that, but I think for their sake, it's worth it, you know? I use white spray can primers. I don't have to clean those. There you go. You got to be careful though with polymer clay, because a lot of times aerosol doesn't play nice, and the finish doesn't dry all the way. It stays tacky. That's something I learned the hard way when I was younger. My little Duke Nukem sculpture that's somewhere down in the basement. He is, all these years later, still tacky. And that was when I was like a teenager. Middle school, early high school years. Apparently there are some spray varnishes and such that you can use just fine, but I don't trust it. I don't trust it. Not after a couple bad outcomes. Brush details, and yeah, it's a new skill that takes time. I can see not being drawn to that when you have a way that works. Yeah, it's one of those things, like it's frustrating, you old fart, because like there's very much a desire to learn new things. You know, like man, I for years I've wanted to learn like some 3D animation and modeling, right? It's very much within reach. Blender is free. I have it installed on my computer. But every time I open it and think about even like trying to learn, it's like, okay, well, I can feel the onsetting aneurysm here. And also I don't have time to sit here and like figure all this stuff out. Maybe that'll change, you know. It's been a gradual thing with me with graphic design as things have changed and software has changed from what I learned in school, to try to learn some things with vectors, and I've made some progress, but it's been very, very slow. I do love learning new things. Just like I said, it all just boils down to the time and the nature of it, really. The big thing with 3D modeling stuff is like all the math involved and numbers, and I'm just like, ugh. I, like I said, I can feel my brain bleeding right now, and I think what'll eventually really get me into 3D modeling is the day that I finally get a resin printer. That'll really light a fire, but that won't be anytime soon. Just merely due to not having a space that's safe to run it, not with the animals. Just not really any ideal place to do so right now. But eventually, man, I love a resin printer. I have a similar issue of safety, but with children, yeah. Yeah, I don't have like space in my garage, dude, because like I can barely even fit my riding mower in the garage with both cars. I have to like shimmy it between a shelf and a support pole. As it is. Um, and then like downstairs, you know, we've got a finished area, but the ferret's down there. And you know, I could vent it outside, but we don't even have like an ideal spot for me to do that. So one of those things that's just going to have to wait for the time being, and there's no imminent need for it anyways. But it would just be really cool to have in the future to like be able to 3D scan some of my work and replicate it quickly and easily. And I'll tell you what, that's probably a good entry point into airbrushing also, huh? Because if I screw it up, I print it again. Easy. We're not talking about hours of work lost, you know? Yeah, I see, you know, like Pantarius, I was watching her a little bit over the weekend. When I could, again, it was busy. I was all over the place getting stuff done, but um, she was doing some airbrushing on the little World of Warcraft bears she's been working on. Looks absolutely wonderful. But, you know, I think I do all right with a brush, especially now with a little bit of a fluid medium in there, just making everything go nice and smooth. And then that's really opened up the door to a little bit of a blending technique as well that you guys saw me using on the jerboa. And we'll be doing a little bit on the edges of the orange top and bottom on these once we get our final base in place here. And what I'll probably do, never mind. Never mind. That'd be an unnecessary step. Okay. I live in a flat in Sweden. No garage or sheds for me. Yeah. Yeah. I even thought about like it'd be nice to just have a shed. But the way our backyard is, there's no ideal place to put one. So, yeah. Oh, the best viewers. Oh man, but we already have those. Sorry, gaudy authority. Thank you, Siri bot. Buy some land. I own some. I'm sitting on it. It's not enough. And we got a decent sized backyard. It's just it's sloped in multiple directions. There's a septic system back there, so obviously we need to be mindful of that. And part of it is a ravine, so that's disqualified. There's in the talk between the two of us about, you know, over the recent years of looking into a new place, but at the very least, for the sake of more space, not that our, you know, my house isn't small, but yeah, just the way the housing market is right now, I'd make out like a bandit selling my house, but I'd lose my ass when we bought something, and it's just not a good time to buy. If it was just me, I'm not gonna lie, I'd consider selling my house and renting. Walk away with a huge return on my investment on the house sale, and then just rent for a while until maybe things level out. But first and foremost, I'd be tripling my interest rate right out the gate. And I'm not about to do that. I actually refinanced my home because I changed lenders right before the rates went through the roof and ended up with a 2.5% interest rate. And going interest rates these days are like 7%. So that's a big jump, you know. Build it into the ravine. Have the best shed on Twitch, dude. A little hobbit shed. Might not be too watertight though, because there's a stream that runs through there. Yeah, when it comes to my house though, I really did. I lucked out. I bought my house at exactly the right time, and I refinanced it at exactly the right time. I just got really lucky in that regard. I will say though, the process of buying a home was more stressful than anything I've ever been through. And I was in the freaking military. Like that, oh my God, that was fucking terrible. What are you doing? A shed with a stream running through it? Best shed on Twitch. Did you guys see that Joker on Kick that wrecked his Lamborghini while streaming? Ended up in my feed this morning. What a clown. Apparently he did get permabanned, but we'll see. We'll see if Kick keeps that. Do you hear you though? I'd love to move a house, but I'd never get something the size we have for a decent price. Yeah, man, it's crazy. It's crazy. Like my home is like double the value I paid in 2018 on my equity. Like what the hell? And that's not even taking into consideration the updates that I've been done. That's just like the rough estimates. I look at other houses, like houses that are smaller and then like worse condition than mine. They're asking for more money than I paid for my house in 2018. It's like, what? What the hell? I do think we're going to be pretty good to go after this. I'm probably going to do one more coat, but I'll let these guys sit and dry completely and then hit them with another coat before tomorrow. And then let's see, what else is there? We'll do cleanup. Well, we got to do the maker's marks, of course, in red. And resin. And varnish, which will probably be a little bit of a joint on-stream, off-stream effort there. Because I'm, especially considering I'm sending one of these off. I want to make sure we get a good, nice, thick coat of varnish on this. A matte varnish, with the exception of the teeth. I think I'm going to give that the new gloss varnish that I picked up. Finally get a reason to use that. Use that on the teeth and the mouth. Maybe throw a little bit of UV resin in there for some drool effects. Not necessarily on this guy, but and then next week I would very much like to be into the pumpkins. Getting started on that. And I think that's 100% doable. And then I'm shooting for on-stream drawing for the giveaway on Thursday. Because I think we'll have these guys at least at a good point where, you know, maybe they're not 100% done. But what you see is what you get. You know what I mean? Like right now, you got a pretty good idea, I feel like, right? We're getting there. My house is probably about the same when I bought it. Definitely not doubled, but I'm paying it off, so I have all that money to look forward to. Yeah, yeah. You got the around here, man. It's like house prices and land prices have been skyrocketing. And then in addition to that, of course, is the money that you're paying into it and increasing your equity. So yeah, uh, I'm torn when it comes to being a homeowner. Like, obviously, there's perks, certainly. There really is, and it's nice. And to some extent, it's nice that if something's wrong, I know it's going to get fixed because I'm the one that's getting it fixed. You know. But at the same time, that's also a little bit of a double-edged sword because I'm the one that's paying for it also. And I learned that in my first year in my home. Within a 2-week span, I had to replace my roof because it took wind damage. Thankfully, insurance covered that. And I also had to, it was like a $14,000 couple of weeks because, like I said, the roof needed replaced and insurance did take care of that. But in that 2 weeks, my furnace went out too. And I had to put a whole new furnace system in because it was just old enough that you couldn't replace just pieces of it because of the coolant that it used. It was outdated to new systems. So I had to replace the entire thing. Expensive first year in my home. So yeah, I'm kind of, part of me is like, yeah, owning a house is nice, but also renting is still very much appealing in some regards. That's just money down the drain, in my opinion. Yeah, it is. There's no doubt about it. It's just sometimes it's a little bit more peace of mind, I guess. Depending. If you have a shit landlord, there's no peace of mind. I totally understand. I've been there. But I've also been fortunate enough to have at least 2 really phenomenal landlords in my lifetime. One of which I would go back to renting from in a heartbeat because he's just an outstanding human being. Like the kind of person they showed up to my house unexpected, my first year renting from them, with a whole ass, not even just a cheap one, like a really good Christmas ham. Just a really awesome couple. I shouldn't say just one person because it was the couple, husband and wife, but yeah, really, really, really great people. Miss Cubist, sorry, I've been rambling. I saw you. I hope you're having a wonderful Monday. Welcome in, and excuse me being rude and yammering away. I was just going down the chat. But yeah, welcome in. And folks, if you are not following Miss Cubist, definitely check out her stream. Show some love. And happy Monday. I'm just going to spend a little bit of time here doing some like obvious areas that need touch-ups. And getting that spot on that brow covered is proving to be a menace, as is this little area right in here. Might as well use up the rest of the paint that I have out in the tray as well. But we are nearly at 100% coverage on this, so it has been a process, and it always is, but we've almost done it. I'm proud of us. I also need to take a gander at my phone real quick. Make sure Benji's doing all right. Back from the bank? Welcome back from the bank. Got a couple of drinks while I was out. I have tea and a Mountain Dew. Nice. I have titty milk. And if you've not heard me talk about that on stream, that's probably sounding really strange to you. It's a caffeinated drink mix from Gamer Subs. And it's a very strange name, admittedly, yes. But it's like blackberries and cream flavor. It's amazing. But yes, it is called titty milk. I don't understand why. She normally says hi at least. Rude. Yeah, she's had some stops to go to after work. So yeah. And let's go around those eyes again. Doesn't look like I got a text message or anything, so should be good to finish up here and then off to take care of the zoo. Make sure we got coverage down in this little groove. Right there. Flip them around and do the other side. I think I hear a Menchie.
It's time to take a short break. Stand up,
No.
stretch and hydrate.
No. Not happening. We got things to do. I'm going to finish up this eye. I'm going to try to avoid this ad break, folks. I think we have skips available. I don't want to send you guys on an ad break before we close things out, you know, since we're right here near the end. Let me spread this out and then I'll... Exactly. That's what I think about it. All right. Let these guys simmer and soak and dry and all that, you know, marinate. You poked another button. I heard it. Excuse you. Thank you. Appreciate it.
Spoon.
There's our trio here. Spoon indeed. Ad starts in 59 seconds. Boop. Skip. Snooze. There we go. We'll just continue to snooze the ads. Yeah, I think that's a good place to call it, guys. 5 hours on the stream and it's time for me to tend to the zoo. Animals are in need of being fed. I'm probably going to hit this with another code or two between today and tomorrow's stream. Because there's especially like right here, this guy, they definitely need it. This guy's basically good. Maybe a little bit more, but basically good. And then tomorrow we'll do a little bit of that fade that I was talking about. A little bit of a blend on those. And our touch-ups, our maker's marks, and all of that good stuff, right? 3 foxes are looking great. Well, thank you. Thank you for loving the foxes. Have a great day, bud. Sim, I love to mention. Hey, Ezra, will do. You as well, man. Thank you so much for hanging out with us today. Real quick, before we get into it, guys, let me do this before I forget. Just in case, if you're new here and aren't already doing so, you can follow the YouTube channel linked in the chat there. That is the main YouTube channel. We have our secondary one where you can find VODs and playlists for each project, but that is the main one. And you'll find all my past and present and future work in the form of condensed time lapses and showcase videos. And you can also find a link to the Discord in the chat, which is the best place for all the latest updates on the stream, the channel, any modifications to the schedule, pop-up streams, all of that good stuff. Plus, you can share your artwork in there. Let us know when you're going live. We'd love to see it. And I try to lurk when I can or hop in and say hello. So yeah, hope to see you there. It's been a really great stream today. Had a lot of fun. I hope you guys did too. And we made some good progress on the candy corns. Yeah, Kimmy the Deer is doing a birthday stream. Is it, what's she do on stream? I'll try to copy the name. There we go. Digital artist. Yeah, I haven't even looked to see if there's anybody we should go. You know what? They're on my, they popped up under my recommended, Ezra. That's funny. I just wanted to see who on my list is streaming, but I don't think there's anybody we haven't gone to say hello to in a while. Gundy is streaming. He's sculpting right now.
It's time to take a short break. Stand up, stretch and hydrate.
How is the birthday stream doing on viewership? Ad starts in 2 minutes. We're going to keep hearing Atticus yell at us, guys. I'm sorry. She's definitely in the community. Hangs out with Toomey. That side of Art Twitch. Let me see. Yeah, I mean, it's a birthday stream. Why not? Why not? Let's do that. I do need to get over and raid Gundy sometime, though. Definitely need to try to catch an opportunity to give him some eyeballs, you know? 22 or so folks in. Yeah, we'll do that. We'll do that. Let's Let me copy that name again so I can plug it in on the search. And snooze the ads. And let's hop over here real quick. And guys, stick around. We are going to raid. It'd mean a lot if you could join me to say hello to another streamer. But each and every one of you guys that hung out with us today, thank you so much. Designed by Joe, thank you so much for the resub today. And Ye Old Fart, thank you for the resub as well. Bug Boy, thank you for the follow. And like I said, each and every one of you that hung out here today, spent time on the stream or passed through and had some chats with us or even just dropped a lurk, man. I appreciate each and every one of you. It means a great deal. Lurking helps, and it's certainly appreciated. And you guys already know I love our conversations, so it means the world to me. Thank you guys for that. I'll be back at it tomorrow. We'll be continuing on with our candy corn monsters, nearly to the point of finishing these guys. And then, like I said, we're shooting for Thursday. Hopefully, we'll be able to do the drawing on stream and be very, very close to being finished with these guys. So thank you guys so much. Let me queue up the raid. And there she is. And raid calls, if you're not subbed, that one's for you. And if you are subbed, that one's for you. Rose, thank you for hanging out. Corpse, thank you. Andy, dude, thank you guys all. Each and every one of you. Ezram. Anybody that's still out there in chat, Corpse, thank you guys. I can't see my chat right now to get that raid message copied. Of course. Thank you, Twitch. The way you do things is so illogical.
DJ Reg, welcome in.
Disregard the front page of Twitch while I try to get back to my dashboard so I can copy the message that it took away when I activated the raid, because Twitch is boneheaded. Why would they do that? Makes no sense. Okay, I got my own raid message copied. We are ready to go. An Andy Mecha sighting? Yeah, it's amazing, right? All right, starting raid. Guys, thank you so much. It's been a wonderful Monday. I hope you have a great rest of your evening. And if I don't see you tomorrow, have a wonderful Tuesday. But I will be back here doing some more painting, working on finishing these candy corn monsters up. And it would be wonderful to see you guys pass through too. So yeah, hope to see you then. And yeah, I'll see you on the other side of the raid. Get those raid calls ready. When we get over there, throw them in the chat, make some noise. It's a birthday, so we gotta give a hearty hello. And if you like what you see, drop a follow. If not, hey, no harm, no foul. It's always fun to meet new people, just like it was fun meeting you guys first time, you know? But anyway, guys, thank you. Have a good night. I'll see you on the other side of the raid. Take it easy. Bye, guys.